Chapter 592. Swoosh! Swoosh! Golden light flashed and golden flowers fell from the sky. An auspicious aura spread across the world. The lifeless world seemed to be filled with life as two figures with golden light descended from the sky. It was as if a golden Buddha had descended. Auspicious signs filled the sky and Buddhist light shone. The auspicious Buddhist power dispersed all the dark clouds and mist. The world was clear, and there was a faint sound of Sanskrit lingering in the world. Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were like Buddhas who walked out of the legendary Western paradise. They appeared in the void with smiles on their faces, and golden lotuses surged from the ground. What a cunning demon! He actually used an avatar to hide from our Buddhist senses. It seems like the day when his demonic soul completely reassembles is near. The nameless old monk put his palms together and said calmly with a compassionate expression. There was a peaceful Buddhist nature in his words, as if the sound of Sanskrit lingered in the world. This demon's soul power is getting stronger and stronger. He is a connate earth element, original demon born from the evil aura of heaven and earth. He has earth element demonic power and is best at escaping. It seems like it will be very difficult to suppress him again. Little monk Fan Xiao, who was holding the purple gold alms bowl, said emotionlessly. Then what should we do? The nameless old monk asked. Little monk Fan Xiao thought for a moment and said, the demonic soul's reassembly is irreversible. The approval left by Lord Buddha is coming true. We can't waste time on this demon. Little monk Fan Xiao's body was surrounded by auspicious Buddhist light, and there was a golden wheel behind his head. This was a phenomenon that only almighty Buddhists who had attained Buddhist Tao fruit would have. That's right. We should enter the 9 dragons, fighting for pearls as soon as possible, and refine the realm pearl to regain control of the Naraka realm. By then, no matter how powerful that demon is, he will be suppressed again. The old monk nodded and said, let's go. Little monk Fan Xiao looked in the direction where the demonic soul disappeared and turned to leave. The nameless old monk followed closely behind. At this moment, 1,000 miles away, Gu Fei walked out of the void. Those 2 baldies have obviously received the inheritance of Buddha. It's as if Buddha has descended. I'm afraid the prophecy will come true. Gu Fei muttered to himself. This was no trivial matter. Humans, demons, gods, Buddhas, and fiends were born at the same time. Heaven and earth would be reopened. However, the prophecy left behind by the Tao ancestor did not mention who would be the one to reopen heaven and earth. Whether it was a human, a demon, a god, a Buddha, or a devil who reopened the world, no one knew. In other words, it was still full of variables as to who would control this world of death. Of course, Gu Fei wanted to refine this death world by himself. However, his opponents seemed to be extremely strong. Humans, demons, and gods were no longer a concern. However, the Buddha and the devil were 2 huge obstacles. The little monk Fan Xiao and that demon would definitely not watch him refine this world without doing anything. This death world must be reopened by his own hands. He must not let anyone else have it, even if he couldn't obtain it. Even if he had to destroy this world, he must not let the other party have it. Gu Fei made up his mind. Then he began to condense the immortal Tao's divine energy. In the void, he carved immortal Tao's divine runes. He was setting up a void shifting array. Very soon, an array that was completely formed by interweaving immortal Tao's divine runes appeared in the void. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly walked into the array and activated it. Divine light surged. Swoosh! With a swoosh, Gu Fei's figure disappeared in the void. The immortal Tao's divine runes that were set up in the array also dissipated. At the peak of the God Race's sacred mountain, on the plaza in front of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace, there was a huge altar that was completely black. At this moment, the altar suddenly emitted a dazzling divine light. Immortal Tao's divine runes appeared on the altar. intertwining with divine light. The ancient array on the altar lit up and emitted a vast wave of divine power. The aura of the great Tao lingered around it. Every rune that formed the array had Tao rhymes circulating around it. Within the divine light, a figure appeared. Swoosh! 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 A few figures rushed out from a few palaces scattered on the sacred mountain and flew towards the peak. At this moment, the ancient altar began to calm down. The countless immortal Tao's divine runes that appeared on the altar gradually disappeared into the dark altar. The divine light was dissipating, and the Tao rhymes that were released by the immortal Tao's divine runes were also retracted into the altar. Greetings, old ancestor. The divine race powerhouses that had rushed to the bottom of the altar respectfully saluted the person that had appeared on the altar. The person only nodded. How are the preparations going? The person on the altar asked. This person was Gu Fei, who had just returned from the God Race's sacred land. No one in the God Race had sensed that their old ancestor's body had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. No one would have thought that the soul of the God Race's distant ancestor had already been destroyed. The soul within his physical body had already become another person. Everything is ready. We can set off once the old ancestor returns. Li Jingxie, the God Race clan lord, stepped forward and said to Gu Fei on the altar. Very well. Then all of you can set off immediately. Gu Fei said. Yes. Li Jingxie and the others received the order and left. Soon, hundreds of streaks of light rushed out of the God Race's sacred mountain. Every streak of light emitted a powerful energy fluctuation. None of the God Race members were weak. Then, several array diagrams appeared in the void above the sacred mountain. Some God Race experts took out the array diagrams, and the hundreds of God Race members walked into the array diagrams. Divine light flickered continuously, and the array diagrams emitted waves of immortal path, divine power. Tao rhymes circulated as the God Race members were transported out one by one. Old Tortoise and Hei Tian jumped out of nowhere and arrived at the altar in front of the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace. When Old Tortoise saw the altar, his eyes widened even more than a copper bell. He exclaimed in shock, "A divine chaos stone! Such a big piece! How extravagant!" Old Tortoise and Hei Tian jumped directly onto the altar and came to Gu Fei's side. They were not afraid of anyone noticing them. Even if someone did, they would think that it was their distant ancestor Li Xuandao who wanted to bring Old Tortoise and the others with him. Everyone in the God Race knew about the impossible prophecy passed down by the Supreme Tao ancestor. Bringing humans and demons with them was the safest way. No one dared to ignore the prophecy left behind by the Supreme Tao ancestor. Moreover, this prophecy, which was thought to be impossible for countless years, seemed to be coming true. The reason why Sage Li and the others treated Gu Fei and Old Tortoise so well was also because of the prophecy. A divine chaos stone? Gu Fei asked in surprise. That's right. This altar is actually refined from a huge divine chaos stone. The most ancient divine runes of the immortal path are also engraved on it. Old Tortoise looked at the altar and murmured. Gu Fei couldn't help but come to a realization. No wonder he sensed a faint aura of primordial chaos chi on the altar. Divine chaos stones were born in the chaos before the heaven and earth were created. They were contaminated with a trace of primordial chaos chi and were the most precious materials for refining weapons. Although divine chaos stones had appeared in the Tonglong continent for thousands of years, the largest one was only the size of a human head. The Purple Immortal Palace was also built from divine chaos stones and countless other peerless materials. I'm afraid that only the legendary Supreme Tao ancestor could have such a grand style. Old Tortoise exclaimed. At this time, the hundreds of God Race members in the sky above the sacred mountain were about to be teleported away. Among the God Race, Li Zun looked suspiciously at the people on the altar in the square in front of the purple immortal palace. Why do I feel that something is wrong? Li Zun saw a distant ancestor, Li Xuandao, chatting happily with Old Tortoise. He faintly sensed that something was wrong and felt uneasy. However, he just couldn't figure out what was wrong. The diagram floated high in the sky. Divine light constantly flickered as more and more God race members walked into the diagram and were teleported away by its power. Li Zun also walked into the diagram. After a flash of divine light, Li Zun disappeared into the diagram. No one knew where he was teleported to. Soon, the hundreds of God race members were all teleported away. In the sacred land of the God race, only Gu Fei and the others, as well as some spiritual birds and beasts, were left. For some unknown reason, there were many rare beasts in the sacred land of the God race. However, for countless years, not a single beast could successfully cultivate and become a demon. Even when the God race deliberately tried to create a few demon beasts in the sacred land of the God race, it ended in failure. This was also the reason why the God race regarded the prophecy left by the Supreme Tao ancestor as a prophecy that would never come true. Even in the sacred land of the God race, the only pure land in the world of death, no demon had appeared, let alone other places outside of the sacred land of the God race. The arrival of Old Tortoise gave Saint Li and even the entire God race hope. "Let's go too," Gu Fei said to Old Tortoise and He Tian. The army of the God race had already set off. As a fake Supreme Tao ancestor, he certainly could not be absent. Just as Gu Fei was about to activate the altar to teleport himself, Old Tortoise and He Tian to the vicinity of the 9 mountains, Old Tortoise suddenly stopped Gu Fei. "What's wrong?" asked Gu Fei. "This ancient altar is contaminated with a trace of primordial chaos qi. It's also a precious treasure. Take it." Old Tortoise's eyes lit up as he looked at the altar beneath his feet. From the looks of it, if Gu Fei did not make a move, he would take the altar. This altar was probably the only one in the world that was refined from a primal chaos divine stone. Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and said disdainfully, "Old Tortoise, you're really greedy. You already have the mystic tortoise divine armor and the 3 realms Buddhist lamp, yet you're still eyeing this altar. If you don't want it, then give it to me. I, Old Tortoise, will never complain about having too many treasures." Old Tortoise rubbed his hands together. "Senior, boss, this altar must not be touched. I'm afraid there will be big trouble if we touch it." Hey Tian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said. Chapter 593. The old turtle wanted to take away the altar, but He Tian stopped him. After hearing Erebus words, Gu Fei couldn't help but be startled. Then he quickly searched through his memories regarding this ancient altar. From Li Xuandao's soul memories, Gu Fei learned that this ancient altar really couldn't be touched. If it was taken away, the consequences would be unimaginable. How is this possible? Gu Fei couldn't help exclaiming after learning the true function of this altar refined from a whole piece of divine chaos stone. "What is it?" the old turtle hastily asked. "There's a devil soul sealed in the divine race's sacred mountain." Gu Fei couldn't believe it. The divine race's sacred mountain was actually a giant cage. "What?" The old tortoise was shocked as beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was inexplicably shocked. What kind of concept was it to have a devil soul sealed in the divine race's sacred mountain? A devil soul that could be sealed in the divine race's sacred mountain was definitely extraordinary. It was very likely the true devil soul, and the primal chaos altar had played a decisive role in suppressing this devil soul. The altar was located at the eye of the formation. If it was taken away, the devil soul would awaken from its slumber. That would be disastrous. Gu Fei and the old turtle's expressions became extremely unsightly. They had never imagined that a devil soul would be sealed in the divine race's sacred mountain. If it was allowed to come out, the entire divine race's sacred mountain would become a devil domain. Let's go. Gu Fei glanced at the old turtle. If it weren't for He Tian's timely intervention, they would have caused a disaster. Gu Fei couldn't help feeling a burst of lingering fear. The old turtle didn't say anything else. Gu Fei immediately activated the formation on the chaos altar. The entire altar immediately emitted a vast fluctuation of divine power. The divine light emitted from the altar shrouded the entire altar. When the divine radiance dissipated and the ancient divine runes of the immortal Tao once again disappeared from the altar, Gu Fei and the old tortoise had already disappeared from the altar. The 9 mountains' savage grounds was second only to the 9 dragons vying for the pearl. The god race's attack on the 9 mountains could be said to be one of the few major events in the world of death. That was because almost all the races in the depths of the Death Continent had come. Ghostly figures collided around the 9 mountains. The undying skeleton race had come, the netherworld race had come, and the corpse race had come. Countless dead creatures surrounded the 9 mountains. Outside the 9 mountains, high up in the sky, there was a bone palace made entirely of white bones. In the other 2 directions, a pitch-black ghost palace was faintly discernible in the ghost chi, and a mountain surrounded by corpse chi was fixed in the void. The undying skeleton clan, the netherworld clan, and the corpse clan were the 3 most powerful clans in the world of death. Their supreme emperors had come in person. In addition to the bone palace, the ghost palace, and the corpse mountain, there were also a few divine palaces shrouded in immortal chi floating in the sky. There were members of the god race going in and out of those divine palaces. No dead creatures dared to approach the place where the god race was. The god race's immortal Tao divine power was the natural nemesis of the dead creatures. Some of the weaker, dead creatures immediately hid far away after sensing the aura of the god race. The atmosphere around the 9 mountains was very tense. Attacking the 9 mountains was definitely not an easy task. The undying skeleton clan, the netherworld clan, and the corpse race had come out in full force. All the undying skeletons, evil spirits, and evil corpses had come to the vicinity of the 9 mountains. The weak, dead creatures were destined to be sacrificed. Attacking the 9 mountains required the existence of cannon fodder. The Bone Palace, the Ghost Palace, and the Corpse Mountain all emitted powerful auras. The supreme emperors of the 3 clans were watching, waiting for the arrival of one person. In front of the god race's divine palace, the void suddenly trembled. A formation rushed out of the void. In the flickering divine light, 3 figures appeared under the divine radiance. Gu Fei, the old turtle, and He Tian had arrived. A supreme immortal physique stood out from the masses. The moment the fake distant ancestor, Gu Fei, appeared, a pressure immediately spread out. All the experts outside of the 9 mountains knew that the distant ancestor of the god race had arrived. The moment Gu Fei's group appeared, the god race patriarch Li Jingxie led a group of elders to welcome them. Then he led Gu Fei, the old turtle, and He Tian to the largest of the several divine palaces. The god race's divine palace was shrouded in immortal energy and flashing lights. It was refined from countless precious divine materials. It could be placed in one's sleeves and carried with it at all times. After entering the divine hall, Gu Fei directly walked to the throne at the center of the hall and sat down. In the entire god clan, he was the only one who could sit on the throne of the highest position. After seeing Gu Fei take his seat, the other divine race elders also sat down on both sides. The old turtle and He Tian stood on either side of Gu Fei. Go invite the supreme emperors of the 3 great races. Gu Fei sat on his throne, sweeping his gaze over the elders of the divine race. He only saw that these elders all had different expressions on their faces. He had no idea what they were thinking. Yes, someone left after receiving the order. Soon, the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton race, the Supreme Emperor of the Nether Race and the Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race arrived outside the shrine where Gu Fei was. Under the guidance of a divine race member, the three Supreme Emperors entered the divine palace shrouded in immortal energy. They weren't worried about the God race doing anything to them. This was because the God race wouldn't attack the three races at this time. The three Supreme Emperors had already figured out the God race's intentions. Gu Fei sized up the Supreme Emperors of the three races. He saw that the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton looked like an ordinary set of bones. The bones didn't have any luster. The soul fire in the skull was constantly flickering. There were no energy fluctuations either. It was as if this was a skeleton that was about to completely decay. As for the Supreme Emperor of the Nether Race, he gave off an illusory feeling. He was shrouded in black and ghostly mist. It was impossible to see his appearance clearly. Unless Gu Fei opened his celestial eye, he wouldn't be able to see through the Supreme Emperor of the Nether Race. This surprised Gu Fei. The Supreme Emperor of the Nether Race wasn't simple. His soul power was restrained. There was no way to sense any powerful soul fluctuations. However, intuition told Gu Fei that the Supreme Emperor of the Nether Race was very dangerous. The Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race was about 2 meters tall. His entire body was surging with a vast aura of death. His flesh was plump and his bones were strong. At a glance, he didn't seem like a corpse at all. Different from the previous two Supreme Emperors, the Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race was surging with a vast aura of death. He emitted an evil and powerful aura that made one's heart palpitate. The Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Race didn't conceal his strength at all. He didn't restrain his aura at all. After the three Supreme Emperors entered the Divine Palace, they sat down. Then the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton asked Gu Fei, "How are you going to attack the 9th mountain?" Gu Fei smiled and said, "You guys will be the vanguard." What? The three Supreme Sovereigns were taken aback. The Supreme Sovereign of the Undying Skeleton clan almost jumped up. No one had expected that this distant ancestor of the God race would be so direct. He wanted them to be cannon fodder. Chapter 594. The 9 mountains had existed for countless years. Many people had tried to invade it, but they all failed. Even a divine king from the divine clan had fallen in the 9 mountains. The 9 mountains was the second most dangerous place in the world of death, second only to the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. One could imagine how dangerous the 9 mountains was. In the past, the supreme extreme Tao experts moved the mountains and emptied the seas. There were almost no flaws in the 9 mountains, and it was difficult to break. Today, the 9 mountains gathered. The divine clan united all the races in the world of death to besiege the 9 mountains. They wanted to break the 9 mountains, second only to the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. In the divine clan's divine palace, Li Xuandao, the ancestor of the divine clan, who was under the complete control of Gu Fei's divine soul, sat on the throne in the middle and glanced at the 3 supreme emperors below. "You seem to have objections to my arrangement," Gu Fei said sternly. His eyes were as bright as stars, making it hard for people to look at him directly. The posture of an expert who looked down on the world was completely revealed. "You want us, the weak races, to be the vanguard?" The Supreme Emperor of the Nether Clan said hesitantly. "Do you want us, the weak races, to be the vanguard?" The Supreme Evil Corpse of the Corpse Clan said coldly. He directly questioned Gu Fei's purpose and suspected that Gu Fei had ulterior motives. Presumptuous! The divine clan lord Li Jingxia stood out and said sternly, "Cho Xiong, what do you mean by this?" The supreme emperor of the Corpse Clan was called Cho Xiong. He commanded all the evil corpses in the depths of the world of death. Among the creatures of death, Cho Xiong's strength was not to be underestimated. Don't you know what I mean?" Cho Xiong sneered. His body was surrounded by corpse energy, and the aura of death was surging. What a joke! If the divine clan wants to destroy the Corpse Clan, why do we need to go through so much trouble? We can just kill our way to your door and destroy you. Another ultimate god, Li Fan, also stood out. There were a total of 5 ultimate gods in the 3 main bloodlines of the Protoss. 3 ultimate gods had been killed by the true demon soul. Currently, there were only 2 ultimate gods left in the Protoss. Li Fan was the other ultimate god expert apart from the Protoss clan master. I'm afraid that if you want to destroy us, you'll have to pay a huge price. You have some misgivings, so we should discuss how to reasonably attack the 9 mountains. The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race, who hadn't spoken up until now, suddenly spoke up. The soul fire in the skull of this Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton clan wasn't very bright. But Gu Fei couldn't sense a trace of soul fluctuation from this Supreme Emperor's skull. Returning to his natural state, this old skeleton is not simple, Gu Fei thought. Of course, Gu Fei did not take the Supreme Emperors among the undead creatures seriously. The so-called Supreme Emperors were only comparable to the ultimate god experts of the divine clan. Of course, it would not take long for Gu Fei to kill the Supreme Emperor of the 3 undying creatures. Among the 3 Supreme Emperors, only the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton clan made Gu Fei a little afraid. Among the 3 Supreme Emperors, only the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton clan made Gu Fei a little afraid. When integrating Li Xuandao's soul memory, Gu Fei knew that the Undying Skeleton clan's foundation was very deep. The terrifying expert who broke into the divine clan's sacred land and fought endlessly with the 3 great ancestors of the divine clan, and finally broke into the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. He was from the Undying Skeleton clan. The Undying Skeleton clan once had an invincible expert who defied the heavens and was reborn. It was also in that battle that the other 2 great ancestors of the divine clan and the invincible expert who defied the heavens and was reborn were all lost in the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. Even Li Xuandao almost did not make it back. In the end, he gave up a supreme saint weapon passed down by the great ancestors to escape from the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. In the infernal realm, no one knew the terror of the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl better than Li Xuandao. Even with the protection of a supreme saint weapon, one would still be lost in it. This was also why Gu Fei wanted to attack the 9 mountains first and take out the other half of the peerless blade. Only by gathering a few supreme saint weapons and displaying the power of the extreme Tao could he suppress the 9 dragon veins. Because the 9 dragon veins were not ordinary dragon veins, but the ancestral dragon veins of the infernal realm. They were the source of the dragon veins. You brought the weapon left behind by that person back then. Gu Fei looked at the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton clan. His gaze was like cold lightning, and his tone was so cold that it made people feel suffocated. You should know the power of that weapon. The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton clan was not afraid of Gu Fei. He said calmly, "What? That weapon, is that the weapon of that ruthless person back then? Even our race's saint weapon was lost in that place. How could that person's weapon?" All the experts of the celestial race were shocked. The celestial race's secret from countless years ago was known by the experts of the celestial race. Back then, that person suddenly killed his way into the sacred land of the celestial race and killed several divine kings of the celestial race. The 3 ancestors had no choice but to take action. In the end, the 3 ancestors fought with that ruthless person and charged into the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. For 10 days and 10 nights, the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl was filled with divine light. Endless earth dragon, Qi condensed into 9 huge dragon shadows in the sky. No one knew what happened inside. In the end, only Li Xuandao of the 3 ancestors rushed out of the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. He was heavily injured and on the verge of death. He had no choice but to enter the Purple Mansion Immortal Palace to sleep. The supreme saint weapon, left behind by the Tao ancestor, was also lost in the 9 dragons' battle for the pearl. Gu Fei's gaze swept across the 3 supreme emperors in front of him. His expression was somewhat ugly. These 3 fellows didn't seem willing to attack the 9 mountains obediently. Humph! The supreme emperor of the corpse race, Choxiong, sneered. The supreme emperor of the netherworld race was watching from the sidelines. The undying skeleton race, netherworld race, and corpse race seemed to have reached a tacit agreement. They weren't afraid of the celestial race. Although they had joined hands with the celestial race, it didn't mean they were willing to listen to the celestial race's orders. If this is what you're relying on, then you'd better listen to my orders obediently. Gu Fei withdrew his gaze and spoke indifferently. There wasn't the slightest emotion in his voice. Are you joking? Although you're stronger than any one of us, we have a heaven-defying weapon. You'd better know your place, said the supreme emperor of the corpse race, Choxiong. This fellow really deserves a beating. Too impudent. We can't let him off so easily. The celestial race's experts couldn't help being enraged. That Choxiong didn't put their ancestors in his eyes at all. Some of them couldn't help but want to attack. He doesn't know life from death, said Li Jingxie coldly. The other hierarch of the celestial race, Li Fan, sneered. The entire celestial race knew that their ancestor, Li Xuandao, had refined saint sword. That saint sword wasn't inferior to the saint weapon of the celestial race that was lost in the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. So what if the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton race had that person's weapon? Could it be even more powerful than that saint sword? Many of the god race experts in the temple gloated at the supreme emperor, who was one of the 3 creatures of death standing above the temple. Among the 3 supreme rulers, the supreme ruler of the undying skeleton tribe and the supreme ruler of the nether tribe felt that something was wrong. Only the supreme ruler of the corpse tribe, Choxiong, was still glaring at the god, tribe patriarch Li Jingxie, and the others. Don't waste time. Old Turtle, who was standing beside Gu Fei, transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. Gu Fei remained calm. He was the ancestor of the celestial race, Li Xuandao. He stared coldly at Choxiong and said, "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." "What do you want to do?" Choxiong was shocked and couldn't help taking a step back. The other party was the ancestor of the celestial race. Moreover, he could feel a powerful murderous aura from the other party. "We can talk things over. Why do you need to fight?" The supreme emperor of the undying skeleton clan took a step forward as the soul fire in his skull lit up. A terrifying pressure spread out from the soul fire. "As expected, that weapon is in your hands," Gu Fei said in a deep voice. He slowly stood up from his throne with divine light and murderous aura. Old Turtle and Hei Tian were forced to retreat by Gu Fei's murderous aura. "Everyone, let's not harm each other," the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton race indifferently said. The pressure coming from his skull was growing stronger and stronger, as if a terrifying, desolate beast was awakening. The expressions of the celestial race experts changed. That aura made their hearts palpitate. They felt a sense of danger. Other than Li Jingxie and Hierarch Li Fan, the other celestial race experts all retreated. "Stop pretending. Do you think we don't know that your celestial race's sacred artifact has long been lost in that legendary place?" "Huh." The supreme emperor of the corpse race, Choxiong, laughed heartily. "Shut up." The supreme emperor of the undying skeleton race suddenly roared at Choxiong. "You!" Choxiong was stunned. He didn't know why the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton race would suddenly do such a thing. Humph. There's no medicine to cure a fool. Oh no, it should be a corpse fool. Moreover, it's the supreme emperor of the corpse race. There's no medicine to cure him. Gu Fei revealed a cruel smile. Then, with a whoosh, a ray of purple light rushed out from his body. A terrifying sword aura that caused even the heavens and the earth to lose their color immediately spread out in all directions. The icy sword aura surged in the divine palace. Everyone felt as if they had suddenly fallen into an ice cave. Their bodies were cold, and their pores opened up. Their hair stood on end. The three supreme emperors turned pale with fright. At this time, the supreme emperor of the corpse race, Cho Xiong, finally realized how wrong he was. Buzz! The cry of a sword reverberated through the 9 heavens. The terrifying sacred weapon displayed a great pressure. The shocking sword aura caused all living beings in the world to tremble. Have mercy! The supreme emperor of the undying skeleton race shouted. A fist-sized radiance rushed out of his skull. A pressure that could almost contend with the violet gold divine sword spread out from that radiance. It's too late, said Gu Fei indifferently. With a flash of sword light, the supreme emperor of the corpse race, Cho Xiong, stood straight in place. The evil blood-red light in his eyes began to dissipate. Cho Xiong's supreme corpse body began to dissipate into the void like snow. His body and soul were completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. He had completely disappeared from this world. Chapter 595. The Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Clan was killed in an instant. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. The Supreme Emperor of the Undead Creatures was the most powerful undead creature in the world of death. The Supreme Emperor of the Undead Creatures was comparable to the ultimate gods of the divine race. However, the only Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Clan was killed. Killing the Supreme Emperor, like cutting melons and vegetables. What kind of strength was this? No one was not shocked. Even the old tortoise and Hei Tian, who knew Gu Fei's background, were extremely shocked. This, the Supreme Emperor of the Undead Skeleton Clan, and the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan were petrified and could not speak for a long time. Cho Xiong was dead with his soul scattered. Swoosh! The purple light flashed. After killing the Supreme Emperor of the Corpse Clan, the purple gold divine sword flew back and entered Gu Fei's body, or rather, Li Xuandao's body. The current Gu Fei controlled Li Xuandao's peerless divine body and became the only remaining ancestor of the divine race. Those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. I hope you won't do anything stupid again. Gu Fei slowly sat down and said coldly. The shocking sword aura that surged in the temple disappeared. It disappeared so abruptly that the sword aura that shocked the heavens and earth disappeared into Gu Fei's body. After hearing Gu Fei's words, the Supreme Emperor of the Undead Skeleton Clan and the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan immediately woke up from the horror. The Supreme Emperor of the Undead Skeleton Clan wanted to take out the supreme killing weapon of the Undead Skeleton Clan to make Gu Fei have some scruples. However, the supreme killing weapon had calmed down at some point. It seemed that the killing weapon of the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan was also afraid of the divine might of the purple gold divine sword, and it was silent in the soul fire of the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan. I am willing to submit. The Supreme Emperor of the Undead Skeleton Clan quickly bowed to Gu Fei, who was sitting on the throne. He had no choice but to submit. The Undead Skeleton Clan, the Netherworld Clan, and the Corpse Clan were no match for the divine race with the Supreme Sword. Even if the 3 undead clans joined forces, it would still be difficult to compete with the divine race. If they didn't submit, then the only outcome would be the same as the Supreme Corpse Emperor. They would be directly killed and turned to dust. This distant ancestor of the god race was killing the chicken to warn the monkey. He used thunderous methods to completely intimidate the supreme sovereigns of the undying skeleton race and the netherworld race. They had no choice but to submit. The Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race also prostrated himself to Gu Fei. If the god race's ancestor could kill the Supreme Corpse Monarch, he could also kill them. Very good. Gu Fei nodded. He was very satisfied with the performance of the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Clan and the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan. These 2 fellows were flexible, unlike the Supreme Evil Corpse that he had killed. At this time, all the experts of the divine race in the shrine woke up from their shock. Reckless fools, they deserve it. How dare they ignore our ancestor? They deserve to die. If we don't teach them a lesson, they will really think that they are invincible. The experts of the divine race were discussing in low voices. Gu Fei killing the supreme emperor of the Corpse Clan had shocked and excited the experts of the divine race in the shrine. An ancestor with the supreme sword was absolutely invincible. You know what to do. Gu Fei looked at the two prostrating supreme emperors and said indifferently, like a god looking down at ants at his feet. Yes, how could the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton clan and the supreme emperor of the netherworld clan dare to say no at this time? The supreme corpse king had taught them a lesson, and they were terrified. Even if the supreme emperor of the undead skeleton clan had a great killing weapon, he didn't dare to be impudent in front of Gu Fei. Even if he used the weapon passed down through the generations of the undead skeleton clan, his fate would only be even more miserable. With the violet gold divine sword, even the supreme emperor had to bow his head. Prepare to attack the 9 mountains. Kill anyone who dares to resist, Gu Fei said sternly. A bitter, murderous aura surged from his body, and the temperature in the shrine seemed to plummet. Everyone who sensed this murderous aura felt their bodies go cold, and their souls trembled. The divine race's ancestor was truly terrifying. Understood. The supreme sovereigns of the undying skeleton tribe and the supreme sovereigns of the netherworld tribe hurriedly received their orders and left to gather their respective 9 mountains. After the supreme emperor of the undying skeleton race and the supreme emperor of the netherworld race left, Gu Fei said to the god race's patriarch, Li Jingxia, "Go deal with the corpse race's matters. It's time for the evil corpses to change their leader." Yes, Li Jingxia nodded, and then led Li Fan and the other divine race experts out of the shrine. Disperse. Gu Fei glanced at the other divine race experts in the shrine. The attack on the 9 mountains was about to begin. The group of God Clan experts bowed towards Gu Fei, who sat on the throne, before leaving the divine hall one after another. Saint Li stay. Gu Fei suddenly thought of something when he saw Saint Li retreating out of the divine hall. He then said such words. The other divine race experts were surprised, but they didn't dare to say anything. They still left the shrine to make the final preparations for the attack. Sage Li was also surprised by Gu Fei's words, but he had no choice but to stop. He then walked over to Gu Fei's throne. Ancestor, what are your orders? Sage Li was neither servile nor overbearing to Gu Fei. Although Gu Fei was not the ancestor of his bloodline, he was still one of the ancestors of the divine race. Even if his bloodline had some conflicts with Li Xuandao's bloodline, Sage Li was still very respectful to Li Xuandao. Gu Fei looked deeply at Sage Li, and then reached out his hand to draw a line in the air. A halberd, shrouded in golden light, appeared in the air. A sharp and tyrannical aura immediately spread from the halberd, surging through the shrine. Buzz! The halberd was intelligent. It vibrated gently, emitting a shocking battle intent. It was a halberd. The old turtle and He Tian both looked at Gu Fei. This divine weapon was very extraordinary. Although it couldn't compare to a supreme treasure, it was still a rare treasure. The old turtle wasn't much, because he had the 3 realms Buddhist lamp and the mystic turtle divine armor. Although this halberd was extraordinary, it wasn't enough to catch the old turtle's attention. However, He Tian was different. This guy originally had the Tai Huang seal, but ever since it flew away, he didn't even have a proper weapon. Seeing Gu Fei take out this golden halberd, he couldn't help but be envious. A powerful divine power surged on this halberd. If he could wield it and use its power, he would be invincible. This halberd is for you. Gu Fei waved his hand, and the golden halberd floating in the air immediately flew towards Sage Li, this ancestor. Seeing the halberd flying over, Sage Li hurriedly reached out to catch it. Although the golden halberd wasn't a supreme treasure, it was still a spiritual divine weapon. After falling into Sage Li's hands, the halberd immediately shook violently and emitted a dazzling golden divine light. The divine light was like a knife. Under the impact of the golden light, Saint Li's clothes immediately tore open several times. Even old Tortoise and Erebus felt as if they were being chopped by a blade. "Damn!" Sage Li roared. His black hair danced wildly in the wind, and an incomparably powerful immortal divine power surged out of his body. His entire body shone with dazzling golden light. He was using his own immortal divine power to suppress the golden halberd. From his expression, it seemed to be a bit strenuous. What a powerful divine weapon! If it was given to me, I probably wouldn't be able to suppress this halberd. He Tian was secretly shocked. One had to know that Sage Li was a divine king, and He Tian's cultivation had yet to truly step into the emperor realm. In terms of power, the divine kings of the god race and the emperor realm of the undead creatures were a level higher than the emperor realm undead creatures. Sage Li truly was a divine king. His immortal divine power was incomparably vast, and he quickly succeeded in suppressing the golden halberd with his own power. This halberd, after successfully suppressing the halberd in his hand, Sage Li couldn't help but cherish the halberd. It was practically a divine weapon tailor-made for him. Sage Li cultivated an immortal divine technique of the metal element, and this golden halberd was also refined from divine gold metal. Sage Li and the halberd complemented each other. In the entire god race, only Sage Li could fully bring out the halberd's power. Ancestor, this. Sage Li was both surprised and delighted. We're about to attack the 9 mountains. I'll give you several divine weapons. You don't need to be surprised. Gu Fei imitated Li Xuandao's tone. This Li Xuandao would no longer play the fool at a critical juncture. He would become incomparably serious. It was also at this time that he began to act a bit like the ancestor of the god race. Sage Li muttered to himself for a moment before bowing to Gu Fei. "Many thanks, ancestor." These words came from the bottom of his heart. In any case, the other had given him a divine weapon. "All right, you may leave." Gu Fei waved his hand. "Yes." Sage Li bowed and left the temple, disappearing through the door. "Brat, did you open this old ghost's inner world? There are quite a few treasures inside, haha." Seeing that no one was around, the old turtle hurriedly jumped in front of Gu Fei, rubbing his hands together with shining eyes. The old ghost the old turtle was referring to was, of course, Li Xuandao, the current owner of Gu Fei's body. "Hee, so what if I am? Do you want me to give you a few toys to play with?" Gu Fei asked. What he lacked the least right now were immortal weapons and divine weapons of the immortal Dao lineage. This was because in Li Xuandao's inner world, there was a temple used to store treasures. With that, Gu Fei flipped his hand, and a few purple beads the size of a thumb appeared in his palm. Inside each bead, there seemed to be purple lightning flashing, heavenly purple thunder beads. As soon as the old turtle saw the purple beads in Gu Fei's hand, his eyes lit up. This old ghost actually has such a good thing. The old turtle reached out to snatch the purple beads from Gu Fei's hand, but Gu Fei withdrew his hand and kept the purple beads, making the old turtle anxious. Chapter 596. The heavenly purple thunder bead was a kind of thunder bead that was refined using a divine technique. This kind of thunder bead was different and could not be refined by those who did not have physical strength. That was because the thunder bead contained the power of thunder and lightning. It was not an ordinary power, but a tribulation thunder. A purple thunder bead meant that it was refined from the most powerful purple flame, heavenly thunder. The purple flame, heavenly thunder, was the most powerful divine thunder, heavenly tribulation in legends. Even a mid-level ultimate god from the divine race would find it difficult to resist such a thunder fire, heavenly tribulation. Even an ultimate god from the divine race like Li Xuandao would not be able to refine such a heavenly purple thunder bead. To collect the heavenly purple thunder bead that was refined from the purple flame, heavenly thunder, was the most powerful divine thunder, heavenly tribulation in legends. Even an ultimate god would not dare to touch such a purple flame, heavenly thunder bead. Even a divine race almighty, like Li Xuandao, would not be able to refine such a heavenly, purple thunder bead. The old turtle knew the origin of the heavenly purple thunder bead. Therefore, when Gu Fei took out a few of such purple thunder beads, even the knowledgeable old monster could not help but be moved. "Kid, these purple thunder beads are not very useful in your hands. It's better to give them to me," the old turtle said enthusiastically. It could be seen that he really wanted the purple thunder beads in Gu Fei's hands. The heavenly purple thunder bead that even an ultimate god would not be able to obtain was very rare and precious. Although the old turtle really wanted it, Gu Fei's divine soul had fused with Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body. Even the old turtle was afraid of his strength. The old turtle would never be able to take anything from Gu Fei's hands. Gu Fei looked down at the crystal-clear purple thunder bead in his hand with purple lightning flashing inside. He then looked at the old turtle and said, "I can give it to you. However, when we attack the 9 mountains, you cannot retreat. You must go all out." He knew very well that the old turtle would definitely be the first to escape when there was danger. Moreover, the 9 mountains impasse was extremely dangerous. It was hard to guarantee that the old turtle would not retreat. I know. I also want to leave this damned place as soon as possible," the old turtle said repeatedly. He thought to himself, "I'll promise you first." Of course, Gu Fei didn't know what the old tortoise was planning. Seeing that the old tortoise agreed, he handed the purple thunder beads to the old tortoise. The old tortoise stretched out his hand and received them. He stared at the violet thunder beads in his hand and carefully examined them. The violet thunder beads were truly mystical. There seemed to be another world inside them, and there were violet, divine, lightning flashing within. It really is a heavenly violet lightning pearl. The violet flame, heavenly lightning inside, is extremely pure. 1 pearl is enough to destroy a mountain, exclaimed the old turtle. He could already see that this kind of pearl was incomparably precious. Perhaps only a legendary Tao ancestor could refine such a pure, heavenly violet lightning pearl. There were only 5 Gantian purple thunder beads in his hands, but the old turtle was grinning so widely that only his teeth could be seen. This kind of purple thunder bead could actually be used to resist the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei couldn't help smiling when he saw the old turtle's expression. If the old turtle knew he still had a few hundred purple thunder beads, how would he react? It turned out that Gu Fei had found these Gantian purple thunder beads in the treasury hall of Li Xuandao's inner world. He had thought that these purple thunder beads were refined by Li Xuandao. The power of thunder was extremely intimidating at any time. Thunder rumbled, and all things trembled. Thunder had always been viewed by cultivators as a punishment imposed by the universe. Legend said that when cultivators ascended to the heavenly realm, the universe would send down a lightning tribulation. Only those who successfully passed the tribulation could borrow its power to wash away their mortal aura. Only then would they be able to ascend and become a true immortal. The old turtle retreated to the side after obtaining the purple thunder beads. Only Tian's 2 resplendent spiritual fires burned in his eyes as he stared fervently at Gu Fei. Gu Fei noticed Tian's expression and glanced at Tian. He then swiped at the air in front of him, and a wind-fire banana fan fell into his hand. "Take it," said Gu Fei. He then threw the wind-fire banana fan to Tian. Mahakala hurriedly took it. After that, he used his soul force to observe the palm leaf fan. He saw that the palm leaf fan was surging with fire chi. Waves of heat spread out, causing Gu Fei to feel as if his skin was being burned by fire. At the same time, astral winds wreaked havoc in the great hall. Wind and fire, 2 different powers, surged out from the banana fan. The temperature in the hall immediately rose. At the same time, the whistling sound of wind could be heard. The astral winds were like blades, and the divine fire rose. This was an immortal weapon that was definitely not inferior to the golden halberd. With a gentle flap, flames immediately soared into the sky, and the wind howled. "Thank you, boss." Hei Tian was extremely happy and hurriedly thanked Gu Fei. With this wind-fire banana fan, Hei Tian's strength had increased greatly. Just as Gu Fei was dividing the treasures in the hall, there was quite a commotion at the gathering place of the corpse race. Their supreme emperor, Chou Xiong, had been killed by the god race, causing a great uproar among the evil corpses. The powerful evil corpses were all riled up. Some of them were even shouting, wanting to incite all the evil corpses to fight against the god race. Countless powerful evil corpses were riled up, wanting to immediately avenge their supreme emperor. However, just as the emperor realm evil corpses were about to launch an attack on the god race, the god race's patriarch, Li Jingxia, arrived with the god race's experts and stopped the corpse race's army. Powerful hierarch auras filled the air. Li Jingxia and Li Fan strolled through the sky, displaying their supreme might and intimidating the countless evil corpses. "Why did you kill our race's supreme emperor? My race and the god race are absolutely irreconcilable. Kill the god race and avenge our supreme emperor." The 4 emperor realm evil corpses charged towards Li Jingxia and the other experts of the god race. Their voices contained powerful soul energy, fluctuations that spread to the heavens and the earth. They did this on purpose. They wanted all the creatures of the dead in the vicinity of the 9 mountains to hear and sense their voices. Revenge, 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 revenge. The countless evil corpses below roared in unison. Their voices converged together, causing the entire world to shake. Killing intent soared to the sky, and even the winds and clouds changed color. "Humph!" Li Jingxia sneered as a murderous aura surged from his body. It was as if the entire world had turned cold in an instant. The might of a single person seemed to have overshadowed the miserable aura of countless evil corpses gathered together. The powerful divine power of the immortal Tao shook the air, and the 4 emperor realm evil corpses were sent flying thousands of meters away as if they had been struck by lightning. Li Jingxia's aura was unparalleled. His entire body began to emit resplendent divine light, as if he was covered in a layer of divine flames. It was as if a fire god had descended upon the world. He cultivated a fire-type Tao technique. The fiery light emitted from Li Jingxia's body illuminated the entire dusky world. It was as if a sun had appeared in the sky. Although the god race had only sent a dozen or so experts, the powerful aura they exuded was definitely stronger than the murderous aura formed by the densely packed evil corpses below. The powerful aura of a dozen divine race experts was actually able to suppress the entire corpse race. The killing intent of countless evil corpses gathered together was truly shocking. Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race, please uphold justice for us. Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race, please uphold justice for us. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses shouted in the direction of the Netherworld race and the Undying Skeleton race. They wanted the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race and the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race to stand out and fight the Divine race together. Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race, please uphold justice for us. Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race, please uphold justice for us. The 4 Emperor Realm experts shouted several times, their voices spreading far and wide. It was impossible for the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race and the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race to not hear them. However, there was no response from the Netherworld race. The Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race didn't respond at all, and there was no response from the Undying Skeleton race either. The area where the 2 races were located was densely packed with skeletons and ghosts shrouded in a deathly aura. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the 2 races' reactions. It was obvious that the Netherworld race and the Undying Skeleton race would not offend the Divine race for the sake of the corpse race. They had never imagined that the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld race and the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton race had already submitted to Gu Fei. How could they still dare to stand out? The divine race's ancestor, who wielded an extreme, sacred weapon, definitely had the ability to exterminate all the undead races. No one wanted to end up with their race being exterminated. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses were in despair. Cho Xiong dared to offend my ancestor. His death cannot wipe out his crimes. Now it's your turn. You only have 2 choices. One is to live, the other is to die. Live or die, it's up to you. Li Jingxia pressed forward, divine flames surging from his body, causing the void to distort from the heat. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses were no match for the divine race's hierarch expert. The 2 were simply not on the same level. Kill, 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 kill. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses surged with a monstrous, deathly aura as they charged towards Li Jingxia. For terrifying waves of deathly aura shook the world. They knew they were no match for Li Jingxia, but they still wanted to fight one last time. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses were struggling on their deathbed. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish, Li Jingxia said indifferently. With a boom, divine flames suddenly rushed out of his body, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they surged towards the 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses. The 4 Emperor Realm evil corpses were immediately enveloped by the divine flames. Their bodies were trapped in the terrifying flames, and they let out terrified screams and screams. Chapter 597. The God Race's Patriarch, Li Jingxia, displayed his supreme divine might. Divine fire covered the sky and burned the earth. In an instant, the 4 Emperor Realm corpses were shrouded in raging flames. The monstrous divine fire shrouded the entire sky, dispelling the endless dark clouds and death energy. It illuminated the dusky world and distorted the void. The fire element divine power was vast and mighty. Li Jingxia's entire body seemed to have transformed into a resplendent sun. The entire heaven and earth trembled under the might of this power. Near the 9 mountains, countless undead creatures were watching. The experts of the Undead Skeleton Clan and the Netherworld Clan were indescribably shocked. The terrifying pressure emitted by Li Jingxia caused all the undead creatures to feel uneasy. Everyone was watching. No one wanted to be the second Cho Xiong. The God Race had even killed the Supreme Emperor Cho Xiong of the Corpse Race. Among the undead creatures, who else could contend against the God Race? Die. Li Jingxia was like an ancient fire god descending to the world. He was like a moving sun. One of the 4 Emperor Realm experts of the Corpse Race was burned to ashes on the spot. His soul dispersed. With a raise of his hand, another Corpse King let out a miserable scream before disappearing into the sea of fire. No one was a match for Li Jingxia. Li Jingxia annihilated Emperor Realm experts as easily as chopping melons and vegetables. He was peerless, and perhaps only a Supreme Emperor would be able to fight Li Jingxia. However, the Corpse Race only had one Supreme Emperor, Cho Xiong. Cho Xiong had long been killed by Gu Fei. Of course, in the eyes of outsiders, it was Li Xuandao who killed Cho Xiong. Rumble! Heaven and earth were shaking violently, and endless divine flames burned half the sky red. Cracks began to appear in the void, and heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. The remaining 2 great corpse emperors were roaring in terror, and they wanted to rush out of the sea of flames. However, Li Jingxia used his supreme divine power to seal the surrounding area. A part of the void turned into a blazing cage, imprisoning the 2 corpse kings within the sea of fire. Li Jingxia had complete control over the life and death of the 2 corpse emperors. A peerless hierarch realm expert was not someone an emperor realm undead creature could contend against. At this time, Li Jingxia was the only one attacking. There were more than a dozen divine race experts watching the battle. They stared at the countless evil corpses below. A great pressure suppressed the numerous evil corpses below, causing them to not dare to act rashly. Some king corpses wanted to soar into the sky to save the king trapped in the sea of fire. However, the dozen or so god race experts were glaring at them like tigers watching their prey. The nearly 100 corpse kings didn't dare to be the first to rush forward. Both sides were in a stalemate, although there was a huge disparity in numbers. If the dozen or so celestial race experts also made a move, the nearly 100 corpse kings of the corpse race might not be a match for them. Moreover, there was an ultimate god realm peerless expert, Li Fan, among the dozen or so Protoss experts. Li Jingxia continued to walk through the sea of flames. In the blink of an eye, another corpse monarch was burned to ashes by the divine flames that were pouncing on him from all directions. "Spare me. I am willing to surrender." The corpse race is willing to surrender. Just as Li Jingxia was about to finish off the last corpse monarch, the corpse monarch begged Li Jingxia for mercy in fear. "Roar, you don't deserve to be my race's emperor. How can we not avenge the supreme emperor? How can we surrender to our enemies? Choju, are you crazy?" After hearing the corpse monarch's begging, some of the nearly 100 corpse monarchs immediately roared in anger. Some even called out the corpse monarch's name. "If we don't surrender, our race will be annihilated. I am willing to surrender." The corpse race is willing to surrender. The corpse race king that was trapped in the divine flames prostrated himself before Li Jingxia in the void and said loudly, "Even if we die in battle, we will not surrender." "Choju, you coward. I would rather die than surrender." There were still people roaring among the corpse race, but their voices had lessened significantly. The current situation was already on the verge of extinction. Only by surrendering would the corpse race have a path to survival. Quite a few corpse monarchs recognized this point. Although the people who had voiced their opposition were still indignant, no one said anything else. Swish, 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 swish. Dozens of divine lights tore through the void and shot out from the celestial race experts, instantly piercing the heads of the corpse monarchs that were still unwilling to surrender. The one who had attacked was a young goddess in fluttering white robes. She had a cold expression on her face. She had killed a dozen corpse monarchs in an instant. This kind of strength was enough to prove that this goddess was a divine monarch. Is there anyone else who isn't convinced? The divine monarch stepped forward, her peerless face shrouded in a layer of frost. She was incomparably cold and emotionless, like a goddess of ice and snow. Her icy gaze swept over the horde of corpses below. "Roar! I'll fight it out with you." Among the corpse monarchs at the very front of the horde, a tall corpse monarch roared and soared into the sky. Boundless corpse energy surged around him as he charged at the divine monarch. "Humph!" The divine monarch sneered and extended her right hand. 5 blue divine lights shot out from her slender fingers, shattering the void and piercing through the corpse monarch. The corpse monarch's body was torn apart and fell from the sky. Only a head remained floating in the air, shrouded in death energy as it continued to charge at the divine monarch. The divine monarch thrust out a finger. Fwoosh! With a bang, the undead king's head exploded, turning into a bloody mist that sprinkled down from the sky. A divine monarch and a corpse monarch were on completely different levels of strength. Before a divine monarch, a corpse monarch was powerless to resist. The disparity in strength between the two was far too great. All the corpse monarchs were shaken when they saw their monarch being easily slain. They simply couldn't contend against the divine race. In front of powerhouses of this level, numbers didn't mean anything. Although the corpse race had countless corpse monarchs, if the dozen or so divine race monarchs were to attack at the same time, they would truly be able to exterminate the corpse race. Ha! Very good. A wise man submits to circumstances. Lead the corpse race well and serve the divine race. Li Jingxia's voice rang out from the sea of flames. He was very satisfied with this outcome. I will solemnly obey the divine emperor's command, the corpse monarch called Choju said in a panic. The divine flames that filled the sky receded like a receding tide and returned to Li Jingxia's body. The mighty divine might that had filled the world also vanished. All the creatures of death around the 9 mountains heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, the dozens of corpse kings in the corpse clan dared to be angry, but did not dare to say anything. No one dared to oppose. After all, no one wanted to end up with a tragic fate of having their souls scattered. There were 3 figures standing on top of the floating shrine. The 3 of them were closely watching everything that was happening in front of them. After the divine flames that filled the sky receded, the divine race patriarch Li Jingxia and the corpse monarch who had submitted to Li Jingxia's feet appeared. That is, the old tortoise couldn't help but be startled when he saw the corpse monarch. Why is it him? Gu Fei was also stunned when he saw the corpse monarch. Chapter 598. After the 3 great emperors from the outer regions of the Hell Path crossed the reincarnation bridge and entered the depths of the Hell Path, the corpse emperor and the nether emperor were nowhere to be found. The bone emperor was subdued by Old Tortoise and was eventually killed by the demonic creatures. At that moment, Gu Fei and the others discovered the corpse emperor from the outer regions of the Hell Path. The old corpse had actually joined the corpse clan and became one of the 4 great emperors of the corpse clan. However, the corpse emperor was the only one left of the 4 great emperors of the corpse clan. Naturally, the corpse emperor from the outer regions of the Hell Path became the only emperor of the corpse clan. Among the undead creatures, only the strongest existence was qualified to control the entire clan and become the supreme existence of the clan. Hence, the corpse emperor from the outer regions of the Hell Path became the new leader of the corpse clan. Who is that chick? She's ruthless. Old Tortoise asked Gu Fei. Old Tortoise had seen the divine king's attack. Who is she? Gu Fei searched through Li Xuandao's memories and said, her name is Li Xianer, the only divine king in the Shen clan. There were actually many female immortals in the Shen clan, but very few of them had cultivated to the divine king realm. One must know that those who could become divine kings were all extremely talented. The divine race wasn't a big race. There were only a few hundred people. There weren't many divine king level experts, less than 20. There were originally 5 hierarch level experts, but 3 of them were killed by the true demon soul. The current Shen clan strength could be said to have been greatly reduced because 3 ultimate gods had fallen, leaving only 2 ultimate gods. Other than the ultimate gods and divine kings, the weakest clansman in the Shen clan had the cultivation and strength of an immortal. That was because the Shen clan was too high. The children born from the union of immortals and immortals would definitely be demigods, even if they were not immortals. That was because these children inherited the bloodline of immortals and were the children of God. Don't tell me you've really fallen for this divine king. Gu Fei glanced at Old Tortoise and said with a faint smile, find a divine king as a wife. Hey, Tian also said aloud, Old Senior, this seems very challenging. Why don't you give it a try? Give it a try on my foot. Old Tortoise kicked Mahakala. He wasn't interested in Li Xianer. It was just that the goddess king was ruthless and decisive, which made Old Tortoise's eyes light up. In fact, Old Tortoise was not interested in Li Xianer. At this time, the matter of the corpse race had been resolved. Li Jingxia and the others didn't actually want to exterminate the corpse race. They wanted the corpse race to be used as cannon fodder to attack the 9th mountain. This time, the corpse race had come out in full force. Evil corpses covered the mountains and plains, occupying a large area near the 9 mountains. They were densely packed, and it was impossible to tell how many evil corpses there were. It's time, let's begin. Gu Fei stood in the sky above the temple and transmitted his voice to Li Jingxia. Then a bugle horn sounded. Then the gathering place of the undying skeleton clan emitted waves of spiritual energy like a vast ocean. Countless white skeletons surged towards the 9 mountains like a tide. In another direction, underworld fog shrouded the heaven and earth. Eerie and terrifying ghostly chi filled the air. Ghostly shadows and phantoms appeared in the ghostly chi and silently drifted towards the 9 mountains. The corpse clan didn't dare to be negligent. Countless low-level corpses walked towards the 9 mountains like walking corpses. The aura of death filled the air. The 3 major undead tribes had begun to attack the 9 mountains. Apart from the 3 major undead tribes, there were also other undead tribes mixed in with the 3 major undead tribes and surged towards the 9 mountains. Countless creatures of the dead converged on the 9 mountains from all directions, like a tide of death sweeping towards the 9 mountains. The densely packed undying skeletons and corpses were like ants on the ground. Very quickly, those corpses climbed up the 9 mountains and continued to move towards the summit. In the sky, the underworld fog surged, and Yin Chi filled the air. Countless ghosts of the netherworld race could be faintly seen amidst the black chi. Gu Fei stood high in the sky and had a panoramic view of the scene below. The scene in front of him was incomparably shocking. On the ground, countless white skeletons and corpses were climbing up the 9 mountains. These skeletons and corpses were densely packed and covered the entire mountain. Their speed wasn't very fast, but the vast expanse of whiteness made one's scalp numb. It was very quiet. When the undead creatures moved, there wasn't any noise. All the undead creatures were like walking corpses as they silently climbed up the mountain. The surrounding silence made people feel pressured. The 9 mountains weren't that steep. Very quickly, those skeletons and corpses climbed to the summit. But they didn't stop because of this. After crossing over the mountain, these skeletons and corpses entered the 9 mountains' ominous land. Everyone was extremely nervous. Powerful creatures had already soared into the sky and stood in the void to watch this scene. Swoosh! Suddenly, a divine light swept out from the 9 mountains without any warning. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and turned into nothingness. Countless white skeletons and corpses were immediately swept away. The ominous land's prohibition has been triggered. The show is about to begin. A terrifying energy fluctuation spread out from the 9 mountains. In the sky above the 9 mountains, the wind began to surge and clouds began to gather. There were hundreds of meters, long killing lights, dancing in the sky. After the peerless killing trap was triggered, the power of the ominous land began to awaken. Attacking the 9 mountains was definitely not an easy task. The skeletons and evil corpses that entered the inner region of the 9 mountains were all wiped out by the extreme killing light that descended from the sky, turning into ashes. The terrifying power was vast and mighty in the 9 mountains, causing the ground to tremble a little. The netherworld race that drove the ghosts and ghostly fog to the 9 mountains were also blocked by the destructive divine light that lingered in the sky. As the killing lights swept past, the dark clouds and ghostly fog dissipated one after another. Countless hazy figures also disappeared in the void at the same time. The killing lights of the 9 mountains' ominous land seemed to be able to annihilate all tangible and intangible things. Even ghosts without a physical body would be annihilated. The dead creatures didn't stop there. They continued to pour into the 9 mountains, covering the sky and covering the earth, advancing wave after wave. Destructive killing lights constantly swept out from the 9 mountains, killing all the dead creatures that entered the 9 mountains' hinterland. The power of the 9 mountains' ominous land was rapidly increasing. The terrifying killing trap formed in the ominous land gradually began to operate. The dark clouds and ghostly fog above the 9 mountains were dispersed, revealing a starry sky. Endless starlight sprinkled down and entered the ominous land. Rumble, the 9 mountains shook, and the divine light soared into the sky. The peerless killing trap attracted the power of the stars, and its power became even stronger. Chapter 599. Countless undead creatures gathered from all directions and climbed up the 9 mountains one after another. They were so densely packed that it seemed like the ground was covered with a layer of ants. Above the 9 mountains, the sky was covered with dark clouds and surging underworld fog. Countless ghosts and malicious spirits could be vaguely seen, and the ghost Chi soared into the sky. All the dead creatures that gathered had only one goal, and that was to attack the 9 mountains in front of them. Rumble! The 9 mountains were shaking, and the ground was trembling. The dark clouds and underworld fog that shrouded the sky and the earth were all dispersed by the terrifying energy fluctuations from the 9 mountains, and the soaring ghost Chi outside the 9 mountains was also blocked. The starry sky that had not appeared in the dead world for countless years not only appeared in the sky, but also sprinkled endless starlight. In the sky above the 9 mountains, the 9 stars were especially bright. They flickered with resplendent starlight and cast down 9 pillars of starlight. The 9 pillars of starlight landed on the peak of each mountain. Rumble. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, and the countless dead creatures that had climbed up to the top of the 9 mountains were all crushed by the starlight and turned into dust. The killing situation of heaven and earth lived up to its name. It was a terrifying method that used the power of heaven and earth to destroy everything. The 9 mountains attracted the power of the stars in the sky, and it emitted a horrifying and desolate fluctuation. All the dead creatures that climbed up to the top of the 9 mountains were directly killed by the power of the stars. Moreover, at this time, the earth dragon Chi also surged out from under the ground. The 9 mountains were 9 earth dragon veins, and in the endless starlight, 9 giant dragons rushed out from the top of the 9 mountains. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky, and the terrifying dragon Chi took shape. Then it swooped down from the mountains and tore open 9 gaps in the countless dead creatures. Large numbers of dead creatures were directly killed, and their souls scattered. Heaven's killing intent, earth's killing intent, heaven's earth's power. Heaven's earth's power. It seemed like there was no power that could contend against it. Countless undead creatures couldn't withstand a single blow from this terrifying heaven's earth's power. They were as weak as newborn babies. 9 dragon shadows circled around the 9 mountains. Soon, countless undead creatures that had climbed up the 9 mountains were completely annihilated by the 9 dragon auras that had taken form. The dragon Chi rose from the 9 mountains, and the power of the earth dragon veins was constantly guided out, resonating with the 9 stars in the sky and forming an extremely terrifying killing situation of heaven and earth. Within a range of several thousand miles, killing intent soared to the heavens. The 9 mountains, savage grounds, displayed a terrifying worldly phenomenon. Above, there was a boundless killing light formed by the power of the stars. Below, there was a boundless killing intent emitted by the dragon veins. This originally peaceful area had now become a terrifying killing field. In the sky and on the ground, it was like an impenetrable net that protected the 9 mountains. Dazzling divine light of destruction shot out from the 9 mountains, piercing through the sky and shattering the void, instantly killing some of the powerful creatures of death that wanted to get close to the 9 mountains. Gu Fei, the old tortoise, and Hei Tian stood in the sky, watching the scene coldly. Countless dead creatures had triggered the killing situation of heaven and earth. In the sky, countless spirits were killed by the killing situation of heaven and earth. The evil spirits of the underworld race could not even get close to the 9 mountains. On the ground, countless skeletons and demonic corpses were still rushing up the mountains. However, the dragon Chi rose from the ground, forming a terrifying killing situation. The skeletons and demonic corpses that rushed up the 9 mountains were all destroyed. Behind Gu Fei, there were hundreds of God Race members. All of them were nervously watching the shocking scene in front of them. Countless dead creatures were killed. They were like moths flying into a flame, digging their own graves. However, those were the low-level dead creatures. Most of the low-level dead creatures were just walking corpses. They had no intelligence and were muddle-headed. They were summoned by their king to be cannon fodder. These unintelligent dead creatures could not resist the summons of their king. They did not know what danger was. Even if they were killed, they would not feel anything. This time, the 3 dead races had come out in full force. The Supreme King had summoned countless dead creatures and gathered them around the 9 mountains, waiting to launch the attack. The killing situation of heaven and earth had been triggered. All the dead creatures that came from all directions were still so dense that one could not see the end of them. These low-level dead creatures did not know whether they were alive or dead. They were summoned and scrambled to climb up the 9 mountains. However, they were killed by the dragon chi that rushed out from the 9 mountains. Soon, the foot of the 9 mountains was covered with a thick layer of bone powder and blood and flesh. The bone powder was left behind by the low-level undead skeletons after they were killed. The dark, blurry blood and flesh were formed by the disintegrated flesh of countless demonic corpses. As for the countless evil spirits and evil spirits of the underworld race, nothing was left behind. Their souls were scattered and completely disappeared from this world. Old ancestor, we can't go on like this. Li Jingxie, who was standing behind Gu Fei, stepped forward and said to Gu Fei. Gu Fei had seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit. In the eyes of the god race who was Li Xuandao, no one could see through this. Wait a little longer. The power of the killing situation of heaven and earth isn't limited to this. Gu Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the 9 mountains in front of him. At that moment, the 9 great stars in the sky became brighter and brighter. The endless power of the stars condensed into a pillar of light that was almost solid. The vast power of the stars filled the sky above the 9 mountains. Starlight shone brilliantly, as if a starry sky had appeared above the 9 mountains. The gentle starlight destroyed everything and sealed the sky and earth. As for the 9 mountains, each of them was emitting boundless earth dragon chi. The dragon chi took form, and above each of the mountains there seemed to be a giant dragon dancing in the air. The killing situation of 9 mountains had the killing light of the stars above and the endless earth dragon chi below. The 2 complemented each other and formed a peerless killing field that was simply unbreakable. Time passed, and the endless death creatures continued to pour in from all directions. The 3 major death tribes were fighting to the death, not hesitating to send countless low-level creatures to their deaths. To the 3 major death tribes, this was a helpless move. Without the god race old ancestors' command, no one dared to stop attacking. However, if this continued, the low-level creatures would eventually be wiped out. When that time came, it would be the turn of the high-level death creatures. 9 endless starlight condensed into a towering light pillar that connected the 9 great stars in the sky. The earth dragon, Chi, rose from the 9 great mountains. These 2 forces were extremely powerful, causing the entire heaven and earth to tremble and the earth to undulate like waves. Countless death creatures were buried at the foot of the mountains, unable to climb up. Before the killing situation of 9 mountains was triggered, many death creatures had entered the 9 mountains. However, once the killing situation started, the death creatures that entered the 9 mountains would be instantly killed. The 9 mountains' ominous ground is indeed a peerless ominous ground, second only to the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. Gu Fei couldn't help but exclaim after witnessing this shocking scene. Endless heaven and earth force was gathering, turning the entire area into a land of death. Any living creature that entered this land of death would be mercilessly killed by the heaven and earth force. This was borrowing the hand of the heavens to kill all living creatures. Unless one was a supreme extreme Dao expert, it would be difficult to arrange such a killing situation. Gu Fei already believed that the 9 mountains' ominous ground was definitely the masterpiece of a supreme extreme Dao expert. Swish, swish, swish. 2 figures, rushed up from the ground. From the dark clouds and mist in the distant sky, an illusory figure shrouded in black chi also rushed out. These three figures were all rushing towards the god race and came close in an instant. They were the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan, the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan, and the Corpse Sovereign who had just become the Clan Lord of the Corpse race. It had to be said that the Corpse Sovereign was very lucky. From the outer region of the world of death, he had entered the depths of the world of death where there were many experts. In such a short period of time, he had become the Clan Lord of the Corpse race. "Greetings, Master! Greetings, Master! Greetings, Master!" The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan, the Supreme Emperor of the Netherworld Clan, and the Corpse Sovereign, the Clan Lord of the Corpse race, bowed to Gu Fei in unison. Since they had surrendered to Gu Fei was their master. Of course, this Gu Fei was not the Gu Fei they knew. His soul was Gu Fei, but his body was Li Xuandao's. To be precise, they had surrendered to Li Xuandao, not Gu Fei. "What's the matter?" Gu Fei glanced at the three fellows bowing in front of him and said indifferently, "Master, if we don't stop attacking the 9 mountains, I'm afraid we'll have to fight to the death." The Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan said helplessly. Although low-level Undying Skeletons had not developed spiritual wisdom, they were the foundation of the Undying Skeleton Clan's proud existence, just like the population of the human race. The larger the population base, the more experts would be produced. This was a very simple principle, and the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan naturally understood this principle. Experts all grew up from ordinary people. The same was true for the Undying Skeleton Clan. Even the Supreme Emperor of the Undying Skeleton Clan had grown up from a low-level creature step by step. No one was born an expert, and no one was born an expert. At that moment, countless low-level creatures were still surging towards the 9 mountains. Then, they were strangled by the dragon aura rising from the ground and shattered at the foot of the mountains. It seems like it's time to use the supreme treasures. Gu Fei also knew that these low-level creatures had completed their mission. If they continued to go up, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Tell them to retreat. Gu Fei waved his hand and said calmly, "Thank you, Master." Chapter 600. The undead creatures retreated like the tide, but the 9 mountain savage lands were already wreaking havoc. Endless starlight sprinkled down from the heavens, making it seem as if a nebula was faintly discernible above the 9 mountains, as if there were thousands of stars twinkling. This was the power of the stars. A single star could shatter a part of the world. This was definitely not an exaggeration. The 9 stars in the sky shone with starlight, enveloping the 9 mountains within a radius of a few thousand miles. It was as if a starry sky had descended upon the 9 mountains. Unless the connection between the 9 stars and the 9 mountains could be severed, it would be difficult to break the destructive starlight. No matter how many undead creatures there were, they would all be destroyed by the starlight, their bodies and souls destroyed. 9 earth dragon veins were drawn from the ground, resonating with the 9 stars in the sky, forming the first layer of the worldly killing formation. Order everyone to retreat 5,000 miles. Gu Fei stood high up in the sky, looking at the 9 mountains that were flickering with starlight and surging earth dragon chi. This was only the first barrier of the 9 mountains killing formation, but it was already so powerful that it attracted the power of the stars and the earth dragon chi. If he didn't have 2 supreme treasures, Gu Fei wouldn't have come to attack the 9 mountains. Without the supreme treasures, even a true expert would have a hard time breaking the first barrier of the 9 mountains. Yes. Li Jingxie and the others received the order and transmitted their voices to the undead creatures. Countless undying skeletons and demonic corpses quickly retreated, causing the ground to rumble and tremble. There were too many undead creatures gathered outside the 9 mountains. The ground was densely packed with them with no end in sight. It was like an endless ocean of undead creatures. With so many undead creatures retreating together, the ground was instantly filled with dust. In the sky above, the dark clouds and underworld fog that densely covered the 9 mountains also quickly surged into the distance. Within the underworld fog, eerie and terrifying ghost cries rang out, as if there were countless ferocious spirits howling. The 3 great undead tribes retreated at the same time. Countless weaker tribes that had attached themselves to the 3 great undead tribes also retreated along with their subordinates. After an hour, all the undead creatures had retreated thousands of miles away. However, the undead creatures didn't stop and continued to retreat. The experts among the undead creatures knew that the god race was about to use a heaven-defying ancient treasure. Once that terrifying weapon was used, it would definitely be earth-shattering. In order to avoid being affected, he could only retreat far away. At this time, Gu Fei didn't care too much. He directly channeled the supreme immortal physique he seized. A vast divine power immediately surged from his body. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled. The divine energy of the immortal Tao emanated from the peerless immortal physique, directly shaking the heaven and earth. Everyone fled in panic. No one dared to stand near Gu Fei. Gu Fei's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like cold stars. Rays of divine light surrounded his body, and he was like a god from the primordial era descending to the world. With a raise of his hand or a kick of his foot, it was as if he could shatter the heavens and shatter the earth. A terrifying pressure surged out in all directions with Gu Fei as the center. Everyone's expression changed. The experts of the god race knew that their ancestor was about to unleash his power. The god race patriarch Li Jingxia, hierarch Li Fan, god king Li Sheng, and the others retreated far away. If Gu Fei were to use a supreme treasure, it wouldn't be a joke if they were affected by it. An extreme Tao precious treasure was refined by an extreme Tao expert that had gathered the rarest and peerless divine materials in the world. If one was able to completely exert the might of an extreme Tao saint weapon, then it would simply be like an extreme Tao expert had personally arrived, and it would be able to exert the terrifying might of an extreme Tao expert's full force strike. Buzz! A sword chime resounded through the 9 heavens, reverberating between the heaven and earth. A purple sword shadow materialized above Gu Fei's head. Buzz! Another sword chime resounded. The purple divine sword above Gu Fei's head suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance. The purple sword radiance traversed hundreds of meters and shot straight at the bull. When this beam of sword light landed in the eyes of everyone, it was like a beam of light shooting out from a laser beam. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, as though a divine weapon was pressed against their throats. Sword come! Gu Fei shouted. The violet gold sword radiance above his head flew into his hand. A 3-foot-long violet gold, divine, sword appeared in Gu Fei's hand. Roar! Gu Fei roared. He gathered all the immortal energy in his body and sent it to the divine sword in his hand. Swoosh! A purple divine light immediately shot out from his hand, reaching thousands of meters in length. The extremely sharp sword Qi rippled out from the purplish gold sword light that was thousands of meters long like a wave. The ripples of the sword Qi were too strong. It was not enough to describe it as making the world lose its color. The temperature plummeted. Although everyone had retreated hundreds of miles away, they still felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. What a powerful sword Qi! Old Tortoise was shocked when he saw this scene. He was completely stunned. The void was collapsing and the heavens and earth were being torn apart. The unparalleled sword Qi emanating from the violet gold divine sword was so powerful that it tore the heavens and the earth apart. The purple golden sword light, which was tens of thousands of meters long, was even more dazzling, and frightening than the 9 beams of light cast down from the 9 great stars in the sky. One man and one sword had become the only thing in the world. Gu Fei was like an extreme expert from ancient times, displaying an extreme pressure, causing everyone to feel an urge to bow down and worship him. The vast divine power made everyone's soul tremble. Break for me. Gu Fei's strength had reached its peak, and he had to vent it out. With a furious roar, he slashed down with his divine sword. Swoosh! The violet gold sword radiance burst with dazzling divine light. The terrifying sword chi was more than 10 times stronger in an instant. The entire world seemed to be split in half by the sword. The violet gold sword radiance destroyed everything in its path. There was no power that could stop it. A spatial fissure that spanned tens of thousands of zhang appeared above the 9 mountains. The Extreme Path Saint weapon displayed the might of the Extreme Path, directly breaking through the 9 light pillars formed by the starlight. It was as if the starry sky was being destroyed and countless stars were being destroyed. The endless power of the stars cast down by the 9 great stars in the sky was instantly dispersed. Roar! 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 The dragon roar shook the world. The dragon chi above the 9 mountains surged. 9 huge dragon shadows rose into the sky and met the violet gold sword radiance. They wanted to block the sword. The endless dragon chi of the earth formed a huge dragon shadow. It was as if a real dragon had descended. The whole world was shaking. The void was breaking. The 9 mountains were shaking violently. The dragon chi was mighty. However, it was all in vain. The endless dragon chi of the earth rose and turned into 9 huge dragons. They could not resist Gu Fei's sword. Without any suspense, the 9 dragon shadows, which were as huge as mountains, dissipated one after another under the sword light. When the sword struck the 9 dragons, the horrifying sword light directly shattered the 9 dragon shadows. The attack of the Extreme Path divine weapon displayed supreme divine power. The endless power of the stars and the 9 dragon chi of the earth were all destroyed under Gu Fei's attack. This was the most direct way to use absolute power to break the seemingly flawless death trap. It was completely using power to win. One sword to break all laws. Rumble! The 9 mountains shook at the same time. Countless sand and boulders rolled down from the mountains. Cracks appeared on the 9 mountains as if they could collapse at any time. In the distant sky, the old tortoise and the Protoss saw the power displayed by Gu Fei's sword. They were shocked and amazed. The Extreme Path divine weapon was indeed extraordinary. Just this sword alone could probably split the 9 mountains impasse into 2. However, everyone rejoiced for nothing. The dazzling sword radiance broke through the sky, shrouded by the power of the stars, and destroyed the 9 dragons formed by the dragon chi of the earth. The moment it was about to land on the 9 mountains, a domineering and terrifying energy suddenly erupted from the 9 mountains. Boom! The 9 mountains shook at the same time. Within the 9 mountains, a dazzling divine light burst out. Within the divine light, a black divine blade stretched for thousands of miles. It broke through the void and slashed out from the 9 mountains. Oh no, it's the peerless, ominous blade. As soon as Gu Fei saw the domineering and extremely fierce blade radiance, he could not help but be shocked. His previous guess had turned out to be true. The Extreme Path expert in the past did not set up the 9 mountains impasse to seal the peerless, ominous blade. The peerless, ominous blade was also Extreme Path treasure. Even though it was only half, it emitted a shocking, murderous aura. Even the Protoss, the old tortoise, and the others who had retreated hundreds of miles away felt their bodies turn cold and their hearts palpitate. The peerless, ominous blade was incomparably fierce and domineering. It turned into a 10,000 miles long blade radiance and directly met the purple gold sword radiance that Gu Fei had slashed down. Boom! The purple gold sword radiance and the peerless, ominous blade collided in an instant. A strong light erupted, illuminating the entire world and shaking the entire Naraka realm. The void above the 9 mountains instantly collapsed. It was as if a huge hole had been torn open in the sky. Everything was directly destroyed by the mighty and terrifying power and turned into nothingness. The remnant power that descended from the sky directly shaved off the 9 mountains by hundreds of feet. The purple gold sword radiance and the peerless ominous blade collapsed in the void at the same time. Gu Fei only felt a strong force colliding with him, causing him to involuntarily fly backward. The purple gold, divine, sword in his hands was almost shaken off. How can this be? How can there be a power that can resist the extreme path sacred weapon in this world? The Protoss were all shocked. The blade radiance had actually blocked the purple gold divine sword. It was really unbelievable. The peerless, ominous blade. Gu Fei flew backward for thousands of feet before he stabilized his body. His expression was extremely ugly. His eyes emitted 2 incomparably fierce divine lights that pierced through the void. He stared at the 9 mountains, at the peerless, ominous blade above the lake, and said in a deep voice, Chapter 601. The lake within the 9 mountains was definitely the eye of the array. The entire 9 mountains was a grand array that spanned thousands of miles. The person who could set up this grand array indeed had the power to move the mountains and drain the seas, pluck the stars and capture the moon. Such a person could only be an extreme master. Gu Fei had finally tested the true power of the perilous land of the 9 mountains, using half a peerless ominous saber to suppress the array eye. What exactly was this ominous land suppressing? He was secretly shocked. An extreme master of the soul could use such an astonishing method to set up a grand array to suppress something. It definitely had a great background. I hope it's not related to the true demon. Gu Fei felt a faint sense of unease. His only goal was to pluck the half of the peerless saber trapped in the lake within the 9 mountains. Brat, can you do it? The old tortoise, who was watching from afar, transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. I have to do it, even if I can't. Gu Fei transmitted his voice to the old tortoise. At this time, it was impossible to back down. He might have to use the mountain and river cauldron. At this time, the 9 beams of starlight that were dispersed by Gu Fei's sword appeared again. The 9 great stars in the sky continued to pour down endless power of the stars. And the 9 beams of dragon chi that were destroyed by the sword light of the purple gold divine sword also formed a faint dragon shadow at the summit of the 9 mountains, showing signs of reforming. The grand array was repairing itself. This grand array seemed difficult to break, and it was difficult to truly make the array lose its power. Within the 9 mountains, the great earth dragon chi continued to rise from the ground. It was hazy and gradually covered the scenery within the 9 mountains, shrouded in the gray, chaotic, great earth dragon chi. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. Then, with a swoosh, a dazzling divine light flashed between his eyebrows. Resplendent divine light flickered about. He opened his immortal Tao divine eyes, piercing through the 9 netherworlds, seeing through all obstructions in the void. Despite the obstruction of the dragon chi of the earth, everything inside the 9 mountains was still visible to Gu Fei. He could see everything clearly with his immortal Tao God eyes. At this time, the huge lake in the 9 mountains surged with huge waves. The half of Zhu Shi's ominous saber that was bound by the chains of the 9 stone men was shaking violently. Beams of destructive blade light rushed out from the lake, cutting through the void. Wherever the blade light passed, there was chaos. In the 9 mountains, killing intent rose and fell. Fierce blades wreaked havoc, using the peerless ominous saber to suppress, even if it was only half of the ominous saber. Even if it was a powerful being, he would have a headache. After all, not everyone could resist the power of the peerless ominous saber. Gu Fei suddenly discovered something, and his face was full of disbelief. He saw that the 9 tall stone men towering above the lake didn't seem to be inanimate objects. Gu Fei sensed a powerful soul fluctuation from the 9 stone men. Stone men? Could it be? Gu Fei suddenly remembered that he was plotted against by Dongfang Chen in the virtual sky world. Dongfang Chen used a magic scroll with a spatial transfer technique to move Gu Fei and the others into the stone men array. Could it be that the 9 stone statues towering above the lake actually had souls like the stone men in the stone men array in the virtual sky world? The 9 mountains, a murderous situation, second only to the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl, was really terrifying. After carefully observing the layout of the 9 mountains with his immortal divine eyes, Gu Fei knew that without using the mountain and river cauldron, it was absolutely impossible to attack the 9 mountains and take away the half of Ju Shi's ominous saber. He felt a little helpless. Once the divine tool of the extreme path appeared, the whole world would probably be flattened. Swish! A divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's body. Within the divine light was a simple and unadorned large cauldron. As soon as the large cauldron appeared, an ancient aura that seemed to come from the primitive universe suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. It was time to use the mountain and river cauldron. Rumble. The divine cauldron, wrapped in the divine light, trembled slightly and quickly grew larger. In a few breaths, the large cauldron became as huge as a mountain. Under Gu Fei's control, the mountain and river cauldron soared into the sky and flew above the 9 mountains. The 9 rays of starlight cast down from the 9 great stars in the sky were intercepted by the mountain and river cauldron. The mouth of the mountain and river cauldron seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, continuously swallowing the endless power of the stars cast down from the sky into the cauldron. The violently shaking 9 mountains gradually calmed down. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the mountains and rivers of the earth and stabilize the dragon veins. It possessed unimaginable power. As soon as the mountain and river cauldron appeared, it immediately suppressed the 9 mountains. The dragon veins of the earth that were guided over were stabilized. The dragon chi from the mountain and river cauldron was completely suppressed by the great power of the mountain and river cauldron. Moreover, although the dragon chi from the 9 mountains had calmed down, it continued to rush out from the mountains and gather towards the mountain and river cauldron in the sky. Rumble! The mountain and river cauldron, which was as huge as a mountain, emitted a terrifying aura. It slowly rotated. The 9 light pillars in the sky and the 9 mountains on the ground connected the sky and the earth. 9 beams of dragon chi from the earth appeared on the peaks of the 9 mountains and were swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. In an instant, the sky above the 9 mountains changed color and the sun and moon lost their light. The power of the stars and the dragon chi from the earth were continuously absorbed by the mountain and river cauldron. The aura emitted by the entire divine cauldron became even stronger. Rays of divine light surrounded the mountain and river cauldron. Chaotic, primordial chi appeared faintly on the body of the cauldron. All the ancient beasts on the body of the cauldron seemed to have come to life and emitted strong soul power waves. Just when the mountain and river cauldron was about to completely suppress the 9 mountains, a brilliant saber light soared up and directly slashed out from the 9 mountains. The target of the saber light was the mountain and river cauldron in the sky. The sudden saber light was too fast. Boom! It slashed on the mountain and river cauldron fiercely, and a terrifying power exploded instantly. The terrifying saber chi spread out and the saber light collapsed. The mountain and river cauldron, which was as big as a mountain, was shaken and almost blown away by the saber light. Gu Fei was shocked. This half of the peerless saber was still fierce and domineering. The saber light formed by it was extremely sharp and could tear the void apart. Under Gu Fei's control, the mountain and river cauldron slowly pressed downwards. In the sky, the endless power of the stars cast down from the 9 great stars and the 9 streams of dragon energy from the 9 great mountains seemed to have stimulated the mountain and river cauldron to unleash a terrifying power that suppressed the surroundings. The mountain and river cauldron was like an ancient divine mountain, pressing down on the 9 mountains. Clang! 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 Chapter 602. The peerless, ominous saber was a supreme treasure. Although it was only half of the saber, it was obviously imprisoned in the 9 mountains by someone and used as the eye of the formation. Using half of the peerless, ominous saber as the eye of the formation was really extravagant. With this peerless, ominous saber as a divine object, even a mighty figure would have a headache. The sound of iron chains colliding constantly came from the 9 mountains. The peerless, ominous saber was struggling. It was a divine object with a spirit. It was not willing to be trapped in the 9 mountains and wanted to break free. However, the more the peerless, murderous saber struggled, the more the terrifying power that erupted from it was guided and used by the great formation. The tyrannical saber chi continuously slashed out from the 9 mountains, going against the sky, cutting through the void, and slashing towards the mountain and river cauldron above the 9 mountains. Rumble! The mountain and river cauldron was shaking. It felt threatened. The body of the cauldron emitted a vast amount of primordial chaos chi. The sky suddenly became misty, as if a chaotic void had appeared. An endless, ancient, and boundless aura spread out from the mountain and river cauldron. This aura made everyone's soul tremble. The dazzling saber light that slashed out from the 9 mountains tore through the void and directly slashed into the primordial chaos void. It was as if a chaotic world had been split open. A huge collision sound resounded, and the whole world trembled. The peerless, ominous saber was incomparably powerful. It cut through everything in its way and fiercely slashed on the mountain and river cauldron. The destructive aura was vast and mighty. Gu Fei's face instantly became pale. The mountain and river cauldron was blocked by the saber chi of the peerless, ominous saber and could not descend. The 9 mountains, which were on the verge of collapsing, stabilized once again. Although the saber light of the unparalleled ominous saber did not strike the mountain and river cauldron, the connection between the 9 streams of earth dragon chi and the mountain and river cauldron was severed by the ominous saber. The mountain and river cauldron could not continue to swallow the 9 earth dragon chi that was guided here. The earth dragon chi once again condensed in the 9 mountains, causing the 9 mountains to stand tall. Damn it! Apart from being shocked, Gu Fei couldn't help but feel a little helpless. The heaven and earth death trap laid down by an extreme grade powerhouse seemed to be basically difficult to break. If he didn't break this heaven and earth death trap, he wouldn't be able to take that half of the peerless, ominous saber. In the distant sky, the celestial race was nervously watching everything that happened in front of them. The cauldron of mountain and river. To think that the cauldron of mountain and river has also fallen into the hands of Ancestor. With the mountain river cauldron in hand, he still can't break through the 9 mountains. The power of the mountain and river cauldron is not limited to this. The experts of the God Clan were discussing in low voices. The God Clan was the successor of the supreme Tao Ancestors' bloodline. They had inherited the Tao Ancestors' legacy and knew many secrets of the great desolate era. When the supreme treasures unleash their full power, it's equivalent to a full-powered attack from a supreme powerhouse. If the Patriarch is able to unleash the full power of the mountain and river cauldron and the purple gold holy sword, he might be able to break through the 9 mountains killing formation, said the God Race Patriarch Li Jingxia. Ancestor, why did you attack this place? The only divine monarch of the God Clan, Li Xiener, suddenly asked. Her beautiful eyes flashed, but her expression was still as cold as ice. One had to admit that the divine snatch of the 9 secrets of a mortal path was really heaven-defying. Gu Fei had snatched Li Xuandao's Tao fruit, but no one could tell. Even the God Race Patriarch Li Jingxia and the ultimate god Li Fan did not notice anything strange about the Patriarch who controlled the supreme treasures and attacked the 9 mountains. No one could tell that their Patriarch's soul had long been replaced by Gu Fei's martial spirit. Your patriarch? His soul has long been destroyed. The old tortoise could not help but feel amused as he listened to the God Clan expert's conversation. Of course, the old tortoise would never dare to say these words out loud. If the God Clan knew that their patriarch had been killed by Gu Fei, wouldn't the God Clan experts tear them apart? He Tian did not dare to speak carelessly. He was cautious and rarely spoke. Although he used to be a member of the God Clan, he did not know why he had an inexplicable conflict with the God Clan. He did not seem to want to have anything to do with the God Clan, let alone have any contact with them. What was going on? Even He Tian was puzzled. He knew that if he wanted to know the reason, he had to fully awaken his soul's memory to know what had happened between him and the God Clan. Our clan's prophecy is coming true. The patriarch is making the final preparations. The God Race Patriarch, Li Jingxie, said in a deep voice, "This world could only be reopened in the hands of the God Clan." The God Clan had been trapped in the Naraka realm by the ancient Buddha for countless years. Even if they took this world as compensation, it was still far from enough. It could already be imagined that as long as the God Clan could leave the Naraka realm, a battle between Buddhism and Taoism would inevitably be set off in the Tunglong continent. The world is going to be reopened. Li Fan sighed. Had the God Clan finally reached their end? No one knew that Li Fan suddenly felt nervous and uneasy. The reopening of the world was definitely an earth-shattering event. No one was willing to see this world being reopened in the hands of someone else because it meant that someone else had become the master of this world. The resurrected true demon, the Buddha who had reappeared in the Naraka realm, and the God Clan. Only these three great forces had the strength to fight for this world. They were playing a game of chess with the world as their chessboard. Old Tortoise, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, couldn't help but feel a little disdainful. He didn't care if the world was reopened or not. What he wanted to do the most right now was to leave this damned place. At this time, the old tortoise regretted entering the Naraka realm. He felt that he had made a bad move and wasted a lot of time. Sigh. A mistake, a mistake. The old tortoise sighed. He thought that he could easily take over the Naraka realm, but he was too naive. Who was the 1,000-year-old Buddha? How could he so easily let someone take away one of the 6 paths of reincarnation that he had painstakingly refined? However, the old tortoise never thought that the Naraka realm would be so complicated. There were many people more powerful than him. He knew that he was no match for the God Clan, Lord Li Jingxie, and Hierarch Li Fan. Brat, it's all up to you now. Old Tortoise secretly sighed as he looked at the figure in front of him, who seemed to be an extreme, grade powerhouse. He could only pin his hopes on Gu Fei now. At this time, Gu Fei was in big trouble. Within the 9 mountains, peerless saber lights continued to cleave upwards, blocking the mountain-sized cauldron of mountains and rivers high up in the sky. The 2 great powers collided, cancelled each other out, and obliterated each other. The void was shattered. This was a battle between 2 supreme treasures. The terrifying pressure made even Li Xuandao's martial spirit, who was hiding in his peerless immortal body, tremble. Not only the 9 mountains, but also the depths of the world of death and the entire realm of death were shaking. The mighty energy fluctuations from the supreme treasures affected the entire realm of death. At the boundary between the outer region of the world of death and the depths of the world of death, the underworld was roaring. The corpse-like water rushed up to the sky. Even the reincarnation bridge that connected the 2 sides of the underworld appeared above the underworld, unable to move anymore. Strange movements occurred everywhere in the realm of death. The entire realm of death was shaking, the earth was cracking, and the mountains were collapsing. All the creatures of the dead were terrified. In the sky, thousands of miles away from the 9 mountains, a demonic figure stood on a demonic cloud, quietly watching the changing weather in front of him. It was a shocking scene. Humph, that brat wants to break the seal by himself? The demonic figure sneered. It was a cold, black-haired young man with a pair of pitch-black eyes like a bottomless devil's nest. In another direction, there were also two figures hidden in the ghostly fog high up in the sky, watching 9 mountains. They were a fair-skinned little monk with a purple-gold alms bowl in his hand, surrounded by Buddhist light. The other one was a skinny old monk with dark skin and a layer of flesh sticking tightly to his bones. Can that person break the seal? The old monk looked at the cauldron shrouded in starlight and primordial chaos above the 9 mountains and asked indifferently. The little monk, Fan Xiao, was expressionless. He seemed to have cut off all emotions, becoming a Buddha without sorrow or joy. He looked at everything indifferently and said, if he knew what was inside the 9 mountains, perhaps he wouldn't want to break the seal. That thing, should we stop it? Asked the nameless monk. No need. The Buddhist Lord seems to have predicted this day. The return of the demon is irreversible. We can only watch from the side, said Fan Xiao. That demon seems to be nearby. The nameless old monk's gaze swept over the place where the demon's shadow was. When the nameless monk looked over, the black-haired young man standing on the demonic cloud seemed to sense it. A faint smile appeared on his cold face. The black-haired young man didn't escape. He continued to watch the 9 mountains in front of him. Fan Xiao and the nameless monk didn't seem to have any intention of making a move either. Everyone's attention was drawn to the 9 mountains. Everything else could be put aside for the time being. At this time, the battle between the mountain and river cauldron and the peerless ominous saber had reached its climax. The mountain and river cauldron continuously swallowed the endless starlight shining down from the sky, attracting spiritual qi from all directions. It was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains floating above the 9 mountains. Rumble! The mountain and river cauldron shook violently, releasing a terrifying destructive energy. The surroundings collapsed, and the peerless saber light descended from the sky again. The peerless ominous saber was only half a blade, while the mountain and river cauldron was a complete supreme path treasure. An incomplete supreme path treasure couldn't compete with a complete supreme path treasure. The peerless ominous saber was gradually suppressed by the mountain and river cauldron. Chapter 603. The mountain and river cauldron floated above the 9 mountains, exuding endless divine might that suppressed the heavens and the earth. Chaotic, primordial qi surged, as if turning the void into chaos. The endless starlight that sprinkled down from the heavens was all swallowed by the mountain and river cauldron. Without Gu Fei's command, the mountain and river cauldron automatically displayed the divine might of the extreme path. This was the power of the extreme path treasures. The extreme path treasures were supreme divine weapons that had given birth to a soul. They were more spiritual than spiritual divine weapons. Sometimes they didn't even need the master to activate them, and they could kill their enemies on their own. Of course, only in the hands of an extreme path master could the extreme path sacred weapon display its full power. It could destroy everything and was unstoppable. Rumble! The heavens shook and the earth trembled. The terrifying power that descended from the mountain and river cauldron caused the 9 mountains to shake and the ground to undulate like waves. Terrifying cracks began to appear on the 9 mountains, as if they could collapse at any time. The 9 streams of earth dragon qi that had been guided over were completely suppressed. Within the 9 mountains, in the middle of the great lake, huge waves reached the heavens. The waves rushed high into the sky, and the 9 chains danced in a frenzy. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The half of the peerless saber that was entangled by the 9 chains faintly turned into the shape of 100 feet long dragon. It was like a real dragon that had been restrained and was struggling fiercely. Hum, 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 hum. The peerless saber repeatedly made a sound like a dragon's roar. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all living beings could feel the fierce and domineering saber qi. The half of the peerless saber seemed to have gone mad. It emitted a dazzling saber light that tore through the void. It went against the sky and slashed at the mountain and river cauldron. The chains in the hands of the 9 stone men that were suppressed in the great lake could withstand the saber chi of the peerless saber and firmly bound the half of the peerless saber. It was obvious that the 9 chains were extraordinary divine objects. Even a peerless saber would not be able to break them. It was likely that the 9 chains were also extremely precious treasures. Gu Fei stood outside the 9 mountains, holding the purple gold divine sword in his hand. He looked at the scene before him calmly. He was not in a hurry to act. He wanted to use the mountain river cauldron to break through the restriction around the 9 mountains first. At this time, all the undead creatures had already retreated to God knows where. Only a few powerful undead creatures were watching from the sky thousands of miles away. Hundreds of God clan members, the old turtle, Hei-Tian, and the others stood in the sky hundreds of miles away. They didn't dare to get too close to avoid being affected. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron, which was as large as a mountain, displayed its extreme divine might. It swallowed and spat out endless starlight as it slowly pressed down from the sky. It was like 100,000 ancient divine mountains were descending from the sky, and the void below shattered. The 9 mountains kept cracking, and the dragon power that was guided by the 9 mountains kept leaking out, but was forcibly sucked away by the mountain and river cauldron that was pressing down from the sky. The mountain river cauldron was the nemesis of the dragon chi of the earth. It could suppress mountains and rivers and stabilize the dragon veins. The peerless saber radiance could no longer stop the mountain and river cauldron. Under the extreme divine might of the mountain and river cauldron, even the peerless saber radiance would crumble. As the mountain and river cauldron continued to descend, the 9 mountains began to collapse. Countless rocks and dust peeled off from the mountain peaks. The dragon chi of the earth went against the sky and was sucked away by the mountain and river cauldron. The world was shaking and the mountains were collapsing. The 9 mountains were being wiped out by the extreme divine might of the mountain and river cauldron, and the dragon chi of the earth was being sucked out of the 9 mountains. Finally, boom! In the earth-shattering noise, the 9 mountains completely collapsed. The earth shook, and dust rose high into the sky. Within a range of thousands of miles, the dust surged and covered everything. It swept out in all directions, as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The moment the 9 mountains completely collapsed, 9 huge dragon shadows shot into the sky and charged towards the descending mountain river cauldron. They entered the mountain river cauldron. That is, Gu Fei was very surprised. The mountain and river cauldron had forcefully sucked out the 9 dragon chi of the earth from under the 9 mountains and devoured them. However, there were not really 9 dragon veins under the 9 mountains. The dragon chi of the 9 dragon chi was actually drawn here by the extreme master who had set up this heaven and earth killing trap. However, the 9 streams of earth dragon chi that were guided here had been nourished under the 9 mountains for countless years, and they had really formed 9 small dragon veins. Even in the real macro world, there would not be a second heaven and earth killing trap formed by the ancestral vein of the earth. That was because there was only one ancestral vein of the earth, and it was the source of all the dragon veins. The shocking killing trap of the 9 dragons fighting for a pearl was actually not really formed by the heaven and earth. Someone had split the ancestral vein of the earth into 9 and formed 9 dragons. That's the chi of the 9 dragons. In the distant sky, the old tortoise couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The chi of the 9 dragons seemed to be very similar to the 9 dragons in the 9 dragons fighting for a pearl. They seemed to originate from the same vein. Was this heaven and earth killing trap related to the peerless killing trap of the 9 dragons fighting for a pearl? Could it be that these 2 traps were set up by the same person? For a moment, the old tortoise thought of a lot of things. Back then, he was trapped in the virtual sky world by a ruthless person. The method of that virtual sky world seemed to be somewhat similar to this 9 mountains killing trap. Moreover, in the virtual sky world killing trap, a peerless murderous saber was also used as the divine object to suppress the formation. The old tortoise couldn't help but think of the ruthless person who trapped him in the virtual sky world killing trap. If this was a killing trap laid by that person, it wouldn't be that easy to break. The old tortoise faintly felt that something was wrong. As if to confirm the old tortoise's uneasiness, after the 9 mountains collapsed and the 9 dragon chi of the earth were drawn by the mountain and river cauldron, the 9 mountains killing trap immediately changed. Rumble! In the east a gray mist emerged. The earth-shattering earth chi enveloped the east of the great lake and blocked the mighty energy fluctuations when the 9 mountains collapsed. The land in the south suddenly sank, and monstrous fire rushed out from the earth. The whole south was immediately plunged into a sea of fire. The raging flames burned the sky and distorted the void. The fire illuminated the whole world. Gu Fei only felt a wave of heat sweeping over. Even though his martial soul had fused with Li Xuandao's peerless immortal body, he still felt a burst of blazing heat. Gu Fei was secretly shocked. This was not an ordinary fire. Even the peerless immortal body felt uncomfortable. This kind of fire might have the terrifying power to melt divine iron and refined gold. In the west, gusts of astral wind blew without warning. The void was torn by the invisible astral wind, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. Overflowing black water surged from the north, sweeping in all directions. Layers upon layers of great waves rushed high into the sky, shaking the entire world, able to shatter everything. Earth, water, fire, and wind? Gu Fei was shocked to see the scene. The dragon vein of the 9 mountains was broken, but the earth, water, fire, and wind emerged. What exactly was being sealed in this place? Earth, water, fire, wind. For vast and boundless powers surged around the lake. It was as if this part of the world had once again turned into chaos. The terrifying power was vast and mighty in the world. Moreover, it went against the sky and actually blocked the mountain and river cauldron that was descending from the sky. One had to admit that the person who set up this trap was indeed heaven-defying. Even the divine weapon of the extreme path could not break this trap. The peerless, ominous saber, earth, water, fire, and wind. All the forces gathered together to fight against the mountain and river cauldron. Even with the mountain and river cauldron's divine power, it could not suppress these forces. Boom! 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 The extremely powerful destructive forces kept colliding, canceling out, and obliterating each other. They shattered the void of the world and caused the entire world to shake. The earth chi surged, and a huge dragon shadow appeared in the thick, gray earth chi. It rushed up to the sky and fiercely pounced on the mountain and river cauldron in the sky. The earth chi condensed into the shape of the great earth dragon. It was as if a real dragon had descended into the world. The huge dragon shadow emitted a terrifying wave of energy. Boom! The great earth dragon collided with the mountain and river cauldron, causing it to shake continuously. At this time, a bird's cry resounded in the sky from the south, and a firebird rushed out of the divine flames. This is the southern Ming firebird. In the distant sky, the old tortoise's expression changed when it saw the scene. The great earth dragon and the southern Ming fire sparrow were divine beasts born from the heavens and the earth. The person who laid down this ultimate formation was truly generous. This was not a real divine beast that had descended into this world. It seemed to be only a remnant soul, but it was still a shocking move. A vermilion bird. Gu Fei did not recognize the southern Ming firebird, but he mistook the divine bird that was condensed from the divine flames and rushed toward the mountain and river cauldron with the vermilion bird. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the whistling gales in the west, and the image of a white tiger that was as large as a mountain appeared in the gales. Then, a strange beast rushed out of the black water in the north. It roared at the sky and set off endless black water. It went against the sky and rushed toward the mountain and river cauldron. Monstrous waves enveloped the entire world. The great earth dragon, the southern Ming firebird, the west wind white tiger, the northern dark black tortoise. This is crazy. The old tortoise muttered to himself. He was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. This was the legendary divine beast that was born from the four great powers of the world: earth, water, fire, and wind. This kind of divine beast had terrifying strength comparable to a mighty figure once it was born. Chapter 604. The 9 mountains crumbled, but the natural death trap did not collapse because of it. Instead, it unleashed the greatest power of the natural death trap. After the mountain and river cauldron shattered the 9 mountains, the 4 most primitive powers of earth, fire, wind, and water, surged out from the east, south, west, and north of the lake. Earth, fire, wind, and water had always been regarded as one of the most primordial powers of the world. The collapse of the world into chaos was the result of the intertwining of these 4 powers of the world. When these 4 powers intertwined, they could turn into chaos, and they could also give rise to the power of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. At this moment, the lake in the center of the 9 mountains was completely enveloped by earth, fire, wind, and water. The chi of the earth rose from the east and formed the body of the great earth dragon. It emitted a terrifying wave of energy as it continuously collided with the mountain and river cauldron. The dull sound of the collision shook the world. In the south, the fire burned the sky. The Nanming fire sparrow danced in the sea of fire, setting off a monstrous fire that blocked the terrifying power from the mountain and river cauldron. In the west wind white tiger, which was as large as a mountain, displayed its unparalleled ferocity. It roared again, and a terrifying wind that could blow the souls of immortals away continuously blew towards the mountain and river cauldron. It wanted to blow away the chaotic, primordial chi surrounding the cauldron. The northern dark black tortoise drove the monstrous black water to set off layers of huge waves that rushed towards the mountain and river cauldron. The entire world shook violently under the huge waves. The black waves that came one after another seemed to want to shatter the void. The rumbling sound was extremely shocking, as if there were tens of thousands of horses galloping. Although the 4 divine beasts were only remnants of their souls, they were still extremely ferocious. Although they did not have flesh and blood, they were still powerful enough to shake the mountain and river cauldron. Moreover, the peerless murderous saber that was trapped by the 9 stone men in the lake continued to release peerless saber radiance that tore through the void and clashed with the mountain and river cauldron. These 5 powers, which were so powerful that even the heavens and earth paled in comparison, were actually able to stop the mountain and river cauldron, which had displayed its extreme power. This surprised everyone. Why hasn't the ancestor made a move yet? Even the cauldron of mountain and river can't break through this place. An ominous ground second only to the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. This is too terrifying. No wonder this land of danger once devoured a god king of my race. I'm afraid even an ultimate god would die in there. A few hundred miles away, a group of celestial beings who were watching were discussing in low voices. The terrifying pressure from the mountain and river cauldron made these celestial beings' hearts palpitate and their souls tremble. Even Li Jingxie and Hierarch Li Fan felt immense pressure and didn't dare to step forward to help. Even an immortal god would find it difficult to resist the extreme Tao divine aura emitted by a supreme Tao treasure. Only Gu Fei, with Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique, dared to stand so close to it. Even so, Gu Fei felt as if an immemorial mountain was pressing down on him. This can't go on. Gu Fei thought to himself, looks like I can't hold back anymore. If I don't go all out, I won't be able to break this heaven and earth death trap, no matter what. Damn it, that monster and little monk Fan Xiao are watching from the shadows. Ever since Gu Fei's immortal, Tao Divine eye appeared between his brows, it never closed. The celestial Tao Divine eye had the power to see through all illusions and the 9 underworlds. He scanned the surroundings and discovered the black-haired young man who was hiding in the sky thousands of miles away, as well as the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk who were hiding in the dark clouds. The reason why Gu Fei didn't dare to make a move and allowed the cauldron to unleash its power to resist the heaven and earth death trap was because there were powerful enemies watching from the sidelines. No one knew if these fellows who were eyeing him covetously would suddenly launch a sneak attack while he was trying his best to break the heaven and earth killing formation. Experts of this level would either not attack, or once they did, it would definitely be an attack that could move mountains and drain seas. Gu Fei had to be careful. Remember that he used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Spirit Snatch, to steal Li Xuandao's Tao fruit. His Yuan spirit entered Li Xuandao's Naiwen palace and took control of Li Xuandao's immortal physique. This wasn't a soul-splitting technique. It was the complete Yuan spirit entering the immortal physique. Therefore, if he wasn't careful and was struck with a fatal blow, he would die as well. His physical body would become a soulless walking corpse. Gu Fei pondered for a while as his eyes flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. Then he flew up and landed on top of the cauldron of mountain and river. An endless amount of starlight poured down from the sky. Gu Fei bathed in the starlight. With the violet sword in his hand, he stood on top of the cauldron of mountain and river. His long hair and robe fluttered in the wind. Just like the arrival of a heavenly being, he displayed the demeanor of a powerhouse looking down on the world. Ancient devil, Buddha, how about we work together to break this heaven and earth death trap? Gu Fei stood on top of the cauldron of mountain and river. His immortal Tao Divine eyes scanned the sky 1,000 miles away at the black-haired young man who was standing on top of the demonic clouds. Then Gu Fei used his immortal Tao Divine eyes to see through the void. Then he looked at where Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were hiding. Under the immortal Tao Divine eyes, nothing could hide. Though Gu Fei's voice wasn't loud, it spread across the sky and the earth. The celestial race, the old turtle, and the Haitian were all shocked. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's words, they wouldn't have sensed that someone was spying on them. Everyone quickly used their immortal Tao Divine eyes and scanned their surroundings. Haha, you finally agreed to work with me? The black-haired young man laughed and took a step forward. The void between heaven and earth seemed to shrink instantly under his feet. With just one step, the black-haired young man came near. A Buddhist chant resounded, and a peaceful aura suddenly emerged in the dark world. There was a golden Buddhist light flickering, and 2 figures surrounded by golden light strolled in the void, walking out from the dark clouds and the fog of the underworld. The one in front was the little monk, Fan Xiao, who was holding the purple gold alms bowl. Behind Fan Xiao was the nameless old monk, who had his palms together and was looking down. The peaceful Buddhist light lingered. Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk were shrouded in the Buddhist light. Their faces were peaceful, and there seemed to be heavenly flowers falling around them. With every step they took, golden lotuses appeared under their feet. That ruthless and black-hearted little bald donkey. When the old turtle saw Fan Xiao, he was instantly enraged. He almost couldn't help but rush over to settle the score with Fan Xiao. However, the old turtle didn't let his anger get the better of him. When he saw the light wheel behind Fan Xiao's head and the Buddha's Dharma form faintly appearing on his body, he knew that he was definitely no match for this little bald donkey. This little bald donkey's movements were like Buddha's. This guy can't be possessed by Buddha, right? The old turtle saw the various abnormalities on Fan Xiao's body and was extremely shocked. Chapter 605. The real big shots would use the world as a chessboard. Gu Fei, the black-haired young man, and the little monk Fan Xiao all wanted to obtain the Naraka Tao left by the Buddha. Whoever could control the origin bead of this world would be able to control this world. The little monk Fan Xiao actually agreed to cooperate with the origin bead. No one could agree to this request. Although the Naraka Tao was a world of death, it was refined by the ancient Buddha after all. It was almost a perfect world. Anyone would be envious of such a world, and even great existences would fight to the death for it, because if one could control this world, then it would be equivalent to being in an invincible position when fighting others. Controlling a world was like carrying an inexhaustible source of power. They could guide the power of the heaven and earth in this world for their own use, so that the cultivator's power would never be exhausted. Moreover, when fighting with others, the cultivator could take the opponent into his inner world and use the power of the heaven and earth to suppress or destroy the opponent. Gu Fei and the black-haired young man would never agree to the little monk Fan Xiao's request. Damn you, little monk! Do you really think that you are a Buddha? The black-haired young man's body surged with demonic aura. Rays of demonic light circled around his body. A terrifying demonic nature was emitted, causing people's minds to tremble. The demonic nature of a true demon could demonize everything in the world. However, everyone present was a top expert. They were at least at the immortal realm, so they were not afraid of the demonic power of the black-haired young man. However, if time passed, even the immortals would be affected by the demonic nature of the black-haired young man. Their inner demons would be triggered, and they would be demonized. The immortals of the Shen clan knew that it was dangerous and quickly retreated. Only the Divine King Realm experts were not affected by the demonic nature and did not retreat. There were hundreds of Shen clan experts, but only a dozen of them were above the Divine King Realm. If this kind of power was released from the Hell Tao, the entire Tunglong continent would change. There were no immortals in the Tunglong continent, but there were a group of immortals trapped in the Hell Tao. Demon, you are too arrogant. The nameless old monk who was standing behind little monk Fan Xiao stepped forward and placed his palms together. Buddhist light shrouded his body, and a faint and illusory image of Buddha could be faintly seen on his skinny body. Auspicious Buddhist power spread between heaven and earth, dispersing the terrifying demonic nature. The power of the devil and the power of the Buddha were clashing. These were two extreme powers. It could be said that the devil and the Buddha were natural enemies. Humph! I've tolerated you, two bald donkeys, for a long time. It must be very satisfying to hunt me down. The black-haired youth's killing intent soared into the sky, and the entire world trembled under his demonic might. The anger of a true demon was no small matter. Everyone's expression changed. If you two want to fight, get lost. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain river cauldron and channeled his immortal Tao divine force to push the mountain river cauldron down. Rumble! The world was shaking, and the chaotic primordial chi surged. The countless ancient beasts on the body of the mountain river cauldron seemed to be coming to life. They emitted bursts of powerful soul power, and the tragic aura was earth-shattering. The great earth dragon formed from the thick earth chi. The southern Ming fire sparrow formed from the southern Ming leaf fire. The northern dark black tortoise formed from the northern dark water. And the west wind white tiger all roared and summoned endless earth, fire, water, and wind. They pounced on the mountain river cauldron, and their roars shook the sky as if real divine beasts had descended. The four extremely powerful forces gathered together and exploded with unprecedented powerful waves. They shattered the heaven and earth, forming a destructive storm that blocked the mountain river cauldron high in the sky. Buzz! The peerless, ominous saber shook repeatedly and turned into the shape of a dragon. It struggled fiercely between the 9 stone statues, trying to break out of the seal. It shot out dazzling saber radiance that tore the heaven and earth apart, constantly slashing at the 9 stone statues. However, the peerless saber radiance from the broken half of the peerless, ominous saber couldn't really slash at the 9 stone statues. They were all moved by the unpredictable power of the array, and finally they went against the sky and slashed at the mountain river cauldron in the sky. The power of the peerless, ominous saber was used. The peerless, ominous saber was like an imprisoned slave. No matter how it struggled, it was just doing manual labor for the array. At this time, Gu Fei was not afraid of the black-haired youth and the little monk Fan Xiu at all, even though he knew that his secret had been seen through by these guys. At this time, he held the purple gold divine sword in his hand and stood on the mountain river cauldron, displaying supreme, divine power. Even if it was an extremely strong cultivator in front of him, he would still dare to fight. After the black-haired youth heard Gu Fei's words, he was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Little guy, why don't you and I join forces and kill these two bald donkeys?" "Humph." Gu Fei sneered. He didn't say anything. He was very clear about this guy's intentions. He couldn't kill the little monk Fan Xiu, so he wanted to drag him down with him. "I'm not going to work for you," Gu Fei thought. Putting aside the question of whether he could kill the little monk Fan Xiu and the nameless old monk, even if he could, Gu Fei would definitely not do it. Now that the three parties were equal in strength, they had scruples about each other and didn't dare to act rashly. If one of them was killed, the remaining two would definitely start fighting immediately. "You want me to help you kill your enemy? Then help me break this array first." Gu Fei thought for a moment and then said coldly, "What's so difficult about that?" The black-haired youth agreed readily. The black-haired young man agreed so readily, and in this way, it caused Gu Fei to be slightly surprised. Why is this ferocious devil willing to help me? There was no reason. Could it be that there was something in this array that the demon was interested in? Gu Fei suddenly had a flash of inspiration and felt that something was wrong. Could the person who set up this array be used to suppress those terrifying demons that were hard to destroy? "Young benefactor, you will regret breaking this heaven and earth death trap." At this time, the little monk Fan Xiu spoke again. His gentle words seemed to have some kind of strange power. In Gu Fei's ears, it was like the evening drum and morning bell. His whole body was refreshed, and his heart gave birth to a feeling of calmness. Good heavens! Gu Fei was inwardly shocked. The innate ability of the Buddhist sect was truly inconceivable. His words could actually turn his killing intent into a peaceful one, allowing others to relax. "Little bald donkey, get lost," the black-haired youth said fiercely. Then he directly rushed towards Gu Fei and came to the sky above the array. "You resist the power of earth, water, wind, and fire. I will go and destroy the 9 stone men." The black-haired youth was surrounded by black chi. As he spoke, he directly rushed down. A demonic diagram emerged from his body, and the 4 extremely powerful forces of earth, water, fire, and wind that were rising in defiance of the heavens were repelled by the vast demonic energy released by the demonic diagram, unable to get close to him. Roar! 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 The 4 great beast souls of the heaven and earth roared, and in unison, a monstrous energy fluctuation surged towards the black-haired youth. The earth chi, Nanmingli fire, northern dark black water, and western divine wind all surged towards the black-haired youth together. Rumble! The 4 powers surged violently, as if the void had turned into a piece of chaos. Endless power of destruction was vast and mighty. The void between heaven and earth could not withstand such a powerful force and directly collapsed. However, the demon diagram outside the figure's body had an unfathomable power. It passed through the collapsed void and directly rushed into the array below. What kind of magic treasure is that? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. The demon had actually rushed into the array unharmed. The killing saber light soared into the sky, slashing out from the 9 stone golems, slashing towards the figure shrouded by the demonic diagram. The saber chi shook the heavens and earth, shattering everything in its path as if it was indestructible. The demonic diagram emitted a series of mysterious demonic patterns, and all the deadly saber lights that came slashing down were all blocked by it. The peerless saber chi was actually unable to split open that demonic diagram. Boom! The sky shook violently. The mountain and river cauldron, which was as big as a mountain, descended. However, very quickly, the four powers of earth, water, wind, and fire, under the urging of the beast souls, rushed up from below and blocked the mountain and river cauldron in the void. The mountain and river cauldron attracted the powers of earth, water, wind, and fire. In fact, the power of the mountain and river cauldron was still not fully unleashed. Gu Fei still had a trick up his sleeve. At this moment, the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk who were standing in the distant sky did not seem to have any intention of making a move. They watched everything quietly without any sadness or joy on their faces. It was all peaceful. The little monk Fan Xiao and the others seemed to know what the array was suppressing, but they let Gu Fei and the demon do whatever they wanted. Who knew what they were planning? Gu Fei was initially worried that the little monk Fan Xiao would make a move to stop them, but when he saw that the little monk showed no signs of making a move, he was much more relieved. If he joined forces with the demon and combined the power of celestial and demon, he might be able to break out of this heaven and earth death trap without using his last resort. He hurriedly used the immortal Tao God's eye and scanned the area below. His gaze pierced through the obstruction of earth, water, wind, and fire, but he found that he could only see a blurry scene. His divine eye was disrupted. Huge waves rose on the surface of the lake, and the lake water rushed up to the sky. 9 giant stone men stood in the middle of the lake like 9 divine mountains. No matter how much the lake water surged, it could not move the 9 stone men. Gu Fei vaguely saw a demon figure standing above the lake. Then a bloody light suddenly spread from the demon figure, and the entire world was dyed the color of blood. It was as if a sea of blood had suddenly appeared above the lake, covering the sky and everything. Chapter 606. Gu Fei's heart trembled. The sudden appearance of the bloody ocean-like evil energy above the grand formation was able to injure one's divine sense. Gu Fei's immortal divine eye was also affected, causing a stream of blood to ooze out from between his eyebrows. This made Gu Fei inexplicably shocked. The true demon soul had reached an unimaginable level. Even Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique was injured, making it difficult for him to use the immortal divine eye for a while. That's the true demon blood. In the distant sky, the old tortoise also noticed the scene happening in the grand formation and couldn't help but exclaim. The true demon was an innate demon born from the evil energy of the heaven and earth. Its blood possessed a powerful demonic nature and power. 1 drop could pollute and demonize a part of the heaven and earth, turning that place into a demonic domain. It was the most vicious and terrifying thing. Rumble! It was as if a blood-colored sea was surging. Layers upon layers of blood waves swept up high into the sky. An evil demonic aura spread out from the sea of blood. The true demon blood? Gu Fei was startled. The blood of a true demon was not a trivial matter. Even a peerless immortal physique would be invaded by the demonic nature if it came into contact with one's body. A drop of the true demon blood can transform a bloody ocean and demonize all things. It's the most powerful. The old tortoise murmured to himself. He was an ancient character, so he naturally knew what kind of power the true demon blood contained. The lake and the 9 stone statues in the middle of the 9 mountains killing formation were enveloped by the eruption of blood-colored demonic energy. Even the frightening blade light unleashed by the peerless ominous saber could not break through the layers of blood waves. The black-haired young man refined the entire dark underworld blood sea and only managed to condense 13 drops of true demon blood. 1 drop of true demon blood could transform a bloody ocean. Layers upon layers of waves swept down, causing the entire earth to shake violently. Then the earth suddenly caved in, An incomparably huge formation emerged from the ground, emitting endless divine light and dispelling the endless bloody chi that swept down from the sky. Formation. Is this heaven and earth killing formation going to be broken? What's under the formation? After the formation diagram appeared, more than a dozen god monarchs, and above, standing in the distant sky, began to discuss in low voices. The ancient matrix was the foundation that formed this killing pattern of heaven and earth. Without this matrix to condense the power of heaven and earth and give birth to the divine power of the Great Path, this place would not have the 9 mountains killing pattern, much less the 9 mountains. This array. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain and river cauldron as he stared in shock at the ancient array that had risen from the ground. How is that possible? Gu Fei couldn't believe it. The dozen or so God King level and above experts of the God race were also indescribably shocked. The heavens and earth trembled as the void shattered. The diagram of this heaven and earth death formation finally appeared before everyone's eyes. Boundlessly profound and ancient divine imprints radiated a bright divine light, and every divine imprint contained a Tao charm circulating within it. That was the power of the great Tao. Ancient divine inscriptions condensed the energy of the grand Taos of the heavens and the earth, transforming into rays of divine light that shot into the sky. They actually blocked the heavy waves of blood that swept down from the sky. The 9 stone golems stood on the 9 sides of the diagram. The half of the peerless ominous saber was locked in the center of the diagram by 9 black chains. Below the diagram was a pitch-black hole. Waves of demonic aura surged out from the black hole below the diagram, as if there was a peerless, ominous demon hiding in it. Just as I thought, Gu Fei sensed the frightening waves of demonic power coming from below the diagram, but he didn't change his expression. No wonder this ominous demon was willing to join forces with him. It seemed that there was something in this heaven and earth death formation that this ominous demon really wanted. Sigh. A sigh came from the distant sky. Little monk Fan, Xiao, let out a long sigh. At this moment he could no longer maintain his calm. His pair of Buddha eyes flickered with rays of Buddha light, piercing through the void and looking at the ancient matrix that had risen from the ground. The ancient matrix covered an area of dozens of miles in the void. The ancient divine imprints that formed the matrix actually circulated 2 waves of power. It's the power of the immortal path and the Buddhist sect. The nameless old monk who stood behind little monk Fanxiu exclaimed in surprise. There were many ancient Buddha runes mixed in the intertwining divine imprints of the matrix. Legend had it that the Buddha runes were formed when the ancient Buddha, Lord, comprehended the great Tao. They were the embodiment of the Buddha Tao, a kind of supreme truth between heaven and earth. It could even be said that they were the runes of heaven and earth. Different Taos could form different Tao runes. There were 3,000 great Taos, and the great Tao runes that everyone comprehended were also different. They had their own Tao power and could condense different kinds of great Tao power. The Buddha Tao was also a kind of great Tao. The supreme truth of the Buddha Tao gave rise to the Buddha runes. It was the embodiment of the mysterious supreme truth of the Buddha Tao in the world. This huge diagram that rose from the ground was actually formed by the intertwining of Buddha runes and immortal Tao runes. It contained the supreme Tao power of the Buddha Tao and immortal Tao. It was no wonder that the people of the celestial race were so shocked. Buddhism and Taoism were arch-enemies and had been fighting for countless years. How could there be an immortal Tao expert and a Buddhist expert working together to lay down a divine and Buddha grand formation to suppress something? The black-haired young man stood on the blood sea. The endless blood sea surged and surged towards the diagram below. Layers of blood waves smashed the void and shook the heaven and earth. The 4 supreme heaven and earth energy of earth, water, wind, and fire that sealed the 4 directions were also affected. The 4 energies were constantly being devoured by the blood waves. This blood sea that was formed by the demonic blood could devour all kinds of spiritual chi. It constantly devoured and corroded the energy of this heaven and earth killing formation. The entire grand formation shook violently. Roar! 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 The four divine beasts roared. The mountain and river cauldron was above them, and the evil blood sea was wreaking havoc below. The energy of earth, water, wind, and fire was rapidly weakened. Gu Fei used the immortal Tao divine art to guide the endless energy of the stars into the mountain and river cauldron. He continued to drive the mountain and river cauldron downwards. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron displayed its extreme divine power. Chaotic primordial chi surged like 100,000 ancient divine mountains. It shattered the heaven-defying energy of earth, water, fire, and wind and began to descend from the sky. The black earth dragon, southern Ming fire sparrow, west wind white tiger, and northern dark black tortoise. These four divine beasts could no longer resist the mountain and river cauldron and fell from the sky. Although the four great divine beasts of the heavens and earth were not real divine beasts and were only left with a remnant soul, their ferocious might still shook the world. They roared repeatedly and fiercely charged towards the descending mountain and river cauldron. However, under the double attack of the mountain and river cauldron and the blood demonic sea, the four divine beasts could no longer withstand it. The demonic power of the blood demonic sea kept devouring the energy of earth, water, fire, and wind. It seemed to have the momentum of blocking the energy of earth, water, fire, and wind that was rushing up from the ground. Bang! 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 The black earth dragon, southern Ming fire sparrow, west wind white tiger, and northern dark black tortoise were shattered by the terrifying destructive power of the mountain and river cauldron. Vaguely, one could see the remnant souls being devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. The four divine beasts became one of the countless beast souls of the ancient beasts in the mountain and river cauldron. Roar! I didn't expect the Buddhist Lord to seal that thing together with that person. They really think highly of me. The black-haired young man suddenly roared angrily as his long hair fluttered wildly. Then, blood-colored lightning began to appear in the blood sea. Countless blood-colored lightning began to intertwine and form blood-colored demonic patterns. A vast and terrifying power full of demonic nature was rapidly condensing. With my blood, I will set up a demonic formation to kill immortals, gods, and Buddhas. The black-haired young man roared. His voice shook the sky and the vault of heaven. The rolling sound waves spread out from the formation, making everyone's ears ring and soul tremble. Rumble! It was as if thousands of demonic thunders were exploding in the blood-colored waves. The endless blood-colored light quickly receded, and a demonic formation formed by blood-colored lightning appeared above the 9 stone men and the sky-defying ancient formation diagram. At this time, the huge lake on the ground had already disappeared. The ground sank, and the demonic aura surged in the pitch-black hole. There was a demonic aura that shot up to the sky. This was a confrontation between the demonic formation and the ancient God and Buddha formation, formed by the intertwining power of Buddhism and Taoism. At this time, the power of the entire Peerless Killing formation was fully displayed. The Peerless Ominous saber struggled violently in the God and Buddha formation, shooting out rays of destructive saber radiance. The terrifying destructive saber radiance was guided and moved by the God and Buddha formation. All of them slashed upwards, hitting the descending blood-killing demonic formation and causing the blood-colored light to flash wildly. Even the Peerless Ominous saber couldn't break the terrifying formation diagram that the black-haired young man had laid out using his own demonic blood. Moreover, the demonic diagram was integrated into the demonic formation, causing its power to increase greatly. The black-haired young man stood in the middle of the demonic formation formed by the crisscrossing blood-colored lightning as if he had gone mad. He roared again and again as he controlled the demonic formation to meet the incoming Buddha and Tao formation. The ancient formation, formed by the intertwining power of Buddhism and immortal Tao, with the 9 stone men and the peerless ominous saber as the divine treasures. Its power was not inferior to the demonic formation of the black-haired young man. Boom! It was as if 2 worlds had collided together. Amidst the earth-shattering noise, the 2 great formations collided. The power of the evil Tao, Buddhist Tao, and immortal Tao erupted like a volcano. Endless divine light illuminated the entire world. The earth was collapsing, and dust rose high into the sky. The black-haired young man fiercely rushed into the Buddha and Tao formation. At the same time, the 9 stone men in the Buddha and Tao formation moved as if they had gained life. Like 9 peerless masters, they fought against the black-haired young man. No one expected that the 9 stone men would suddenly come to life, as if they were infused with endless vitality. Chapter 607. Rumble! The 2 great formations collided with each other, producing an incomparably shocking sound like rolling thunder. It was as if thousands of lightning bolts were wreaking havoc in the clouds. The terrifying demonic energy, the peaceful Buddhist energy, and the immortal spirit energy were colliding with each other, canceling each other out and destroying each other. Demonic marks, divine marks, and Buddha marks intertwined as 3 different powers of the great Tao surged forth. 3 different types of great Tao rhymes flowed as blood-colored demonic marks, Buddha marks, and divine marks dissipated into the air. The power of the great path was destroying each other. The 3 types of Tao patterns were all manifestations of the power of the great path. When the Tao patterns dissipated, the power of the great path condensed from the Tao patterns also dissipated into the void. Within a radius of 10 miles, countless Tao patterns were intertwined. The power of the great Tao destroyed everything. Under the collision of the 3 Tao energies, the void was like a thin piece of paper being torn to pieces. The void of the world was also extremely fragile in front of the power of the great Tao. The power of the great Tao broke the world. At this time, the 4 most primitive powers of the world, earth, water, wind, and fire, had already dispersed. The power of the demonic formation, divine formation, and Buddhist formation spread out, shaking the mountain and river cauldron in the sky. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain and river cauldron, feeling inexplicably shocked. He felt threatened, so he directly drove the mountain and river cauldron to the sky and retreated. The blood-colored demonic patterns attracted the endless power of the demonic Tao. It was as if there was a sea of blood between the heavens and the earth, emitting a terrifying demonic aura that made all things in the world tremble. The dozen experts above the Divine King level who were watching from afar all changed their expressions. At this time, they had no choice but to retreat. This was a contest of the power of the great Tao. This was the method of the extreme Tao experts. Only the extreme Tao experts could comprehend the great Tao and attract the power of the great Tao to their body. Although the black-haired young man was only a true demon devil soul and had not truly regenerated his flesh and blood, he could only use the blood of the true demon to lay down a demonic formation to attract the power of the demonic Tao to resist the ancient divine formation. The ancient Buddha formation was definitely created by the ancient Buddhist Lord and another expert who comprehended the immortal Tao. Although this formation had been around for countless years, it still displayed the power of the extreme Tao. Gu Fei steered the cauldron of mountain and river and retreated far away. At this time, Old Turtle and Hei Tian did not retreat with the dozen God Kings. Instead, they rushed forward and reunited with Gu Fei. "Stinking brat, aren't you afraid that the ominous demon will destroy you too?" The old turtle rushed to the mountain and river cauldron and transmitted his voice to Gu Fei. At this time, Gu Fei was still Li Xuandao. In the eyes of the Shen clan, he was the only surviving ancestor of the Shen clan. The Shen clan did not see through him. Humph! We still don't know who will destroy who. Gu Fei sneered and transmitted his voice to the old turtle. This true demon had been sealed for countless years, so no one knew how much power it had left. However, Gu Fei was certain that this ominous demon would not be able to return to its previous peak state, at least not in a short period of time. With Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique and 2 sacred weapons, Gu Fei was confident that he could fight against this true demon. Working together with the ominous demon is only using each other, Gu Fei coldly said. Gu Fei had no choice but to work together with the ominous demon. With the power of his side, it would be very difficult to break through the 9 dragons competing for the pearl. Hee, you brat, you seem to be enlightened. The old turtle chuckled. Boss, you want to use underhanded methods against the ominous demon. The ruffian skeleton, Erebus, said. He had the air of a ruffian and immediately understood Gu Fei's intention. This is called being vigilant against others, not to mention the ominous demon. Gu Fei expressionlessly said, it would be best if the ominous demon and little bald donkey Fan Xiao both get injured. Then we can take care of both of them. The old turtle fiercely said. His eyes couldn't help but glance at the 2 figures shrouded in auspicious Buddhist lights in the distant sky. Little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk had been watching from the sidelines. They didn't stop the black-haired youth from using his supreme evil aura to break the divine and Buddha ancient formation. No one knew what little monk Fan Xiao and the old monk wanted to do. Don't be too greedy. Gu Fei glared at the old turtle and said in a bad mood. It was a bit unrealistic to let the ominous demon and little monk Fan Xiao have a life and death battle. At this time, only Gu Fei, little monk Fan Xiao, and the ominous demon had the strength to spy on the realm pearl in the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl. Gu Fei knew that little monk Fan Xiao and the ominous demon had scruples. They would never fight first, even if they had an irreconcilable grudge against each other. Little monk Fan Xiao and the ominous demon would never let Gu Fei take advantage of them. Of course, if it wasn't for Gu Fei's appearance, little monk Fan Xiao and the ominous demon might have a chance to fight to the death for the realm pearl. Roar! The black-haired youth roared again and again. His body merged with the demonic formation, attracting the power of the evil path. He displayed his supreme evil aura and fought with the 9 stone men in the divine and Buddha ancient formation. The 9 stone men stood in the middle of the divine and Buddha ancient formation. Divine light shone on their bodies, and Tao rhyme circulated. It was as if 9 almighty beings had been reborn. They struck out with terrifying power, shattering the void and attacking the black-haired youth. The Millennium Buddha Lord and the other extreme immortal Tao powerhouse really had heaven-defying means. The 9 stone men displayed their powerful strength. A punch and a kick shook the demonic formation, causing bloodlight to soar into the sky. If the black-haired demon hadn't borrowed the power of the demonic formation to attract the power of the evil path, his demonic soul would have long been destroyed by the 9 stone men. The 9 stone men each held a chain in their hands, firmly binding the half of the peerless, ominous saber. They constantly guided the saber light of the peerless, ominous saber to slash at the black-haired demon. The saber light of the peerless, ominous saber was domineering and vicious to the extreme. Even the black-haired demon had to retreat. At this time, the evil path power rippled out from the invincible black hole under the divine and Buddha ancient formation, causing the earth to tremble. The divine and Buddha ancient formation unleashed an endless amount of divine force, but it seemed that the power of the ancient formation could not completely suppress the thing in the demonic cave. Rumble, monstrous, evil chi gushed out from the demonic cave as if a peerless evil demon was awakening from its slumber. What the hell is suppressed down there? Gu Fei asked in shock. To be able to set up such a powerful formation to suppress it, the thing in the demonic cave, was definitely not a trivial matter. Perhaps there is another true demon suppressed down there. The old tortoise's expression changed several times. If there really was another true demon suppressed here, then it would be troublesome. Could the Millennium Buddha Lord be so abnormal that he actually suppressed 2 true demons in the Naraka Tao. That seemed impossible. Demons born from the heavens and earth were innate true demons, the true demons of the heavens and earth. There were not many such innate true demons. If there were countless innate true demons, the Tonglong continent would have long been the world of demons. What is being suppressed? Chapter 608. This was the clash of Buddhism, Taoism, and Diabolism. There were 3,000 great Taos, and as long as one comprehended the Tao, one would be able to draw the power of the Tao into one's body and possess great magical power that could destroy the world. Endless blood-colored demonic runes interweaved into a terrifying demonic formation that continuously collided with the formation laid out by the power of Buddhism and Taoism. The area within a radius of several dozen miles turned into chaos. The void shattered and the world collapsed. It was simply a land of destruction. The power of Buddhism, Taoism, and Diabolism became the only thing between heaven and earth. The power of the Tao was mighty, and the entire world of death was shaking violently. Countless dead creatures were wailing as if doomsday had arrived. This was not a battle of complete Taos, but merely a trace of the charm of the Tao. However, this power was enough to shock the world, and even a mighty figure would find it difficult to resist. Without achieving the Tao, it would always be empty. Even if one achieved the Tao, one might not necessarily be able to exist forever in the world, and even thousands of tribulations could not erase it. However, cultivators who had not achieved the Tao, regardless of whether they were mighty or unparalleled, were like ants before an extreme path cultivator. The difference was like the difference between clouds and mud. The aura emitted by the 3 Taos shook everyone's soul and made their hearts palpitate. In front of the power of the Tao, no one could remain unmoved, even if it was an incomplete power of the Tao. This is too terrifying. In the distant sky, Gu Fei used the cauldron of mountain and river to protect the old tortoise and Hei Tian. He watched the battle from a close distance, and the scene before him shocked him inexplicably. Just how powerful were the extreme path cultivators? Just thinking about it was horrifying. If an extreme path cultivator personally came, the 9 dragons fighting for the pearl and the 9 mountains killing formation could be easily broken. It was even possible to directly destroy this part of the world. How many extreme path cultivators have truly comprehended the Tao in this world, since ancient times until now? The old tortoise said coldly. His eyes emitted a dazzling divine light as he stared at the earth-shattering battle in front of him. It was rare for 3 types of Tao charm to appear in front of him. This was definitely a kind of opportunity. With the old tortoise's knowledge, he naturally knew the preciousness of the Tao charm. One should know that even if there were extreme path cultivators in the world, it was absolutely difficult to witness a battle between extreme path cultivators. If one could comprehend the Tao charm of others, they might be able to comprehend their own Tao. Comprehending the Tao, once one had an epiphany, one would attain the great Tao. In ancient times, the old tortoise was a mighty figure of the demon clan. If he wanted to go further, there was no other way other than enlightenment. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, the Taoist rhymes from the demon formation, deity formation, and Buddha ancient formation were completely different. The aura of the great Tao was mysterious and ethereal. It was difficult to grasp and comprehend. Gu Fei had a body full of power, but he didn't have that kind of realm. Even if the great Tao's Tao runes appeared in front of him, it would be difficult for him to comprehend anything. In front of them, the demonic formation and the ancient formation of the Buddha and God kept colliding. Blood-colored light soared into the sky. The Buddhist energy was vast and mighty, and the divine light formed by the power of immortals and gods even broke through the void and pierced through the sky. It was impossible to accurately capture what was going on inside. It was a blur, and even Gu Fei and the old tortoise could not see what was going on inside. The power of the great path distorted the void and shattered heaven and earth. blocking everyone's line of sight. Whoosh! Rays of divine light flickered from between Gu Fei's brows. A godly eye emerged from between his brows and opened. The godly immortal eye pierced through the 9 underworlds and scanned forward. The godly immortal eye could see through all illusions and pinpoint the origin. Even the power of the great Tao could not stop it. It was simply a heaven-defying technique. Within the godly immortal eye, there were also Taoist rhymes circulating. Gu Fei could vaguely see the black-haired demonic man and the 9 stone golems fighting endlessly. The 2 formations were shaking violently as if they could collapse at any time. The ancient formation that laid down this heaven and earth-killing formation is truly terrifying. Gu Fei mumbled to himself. He saw that the black-haired demonic man was at a disadvantage in the battle against the 9 stone golems. At this time, the old tortoise was focused on comprehending the mighty aura of the great Tao ahead, as if he did not hear Gu Fei's words. He Tian, on the other hand, was stunned by the scene in front of him. Gu Fei's godly immortal eye was previously attacked by the black-haired demonic man's divine sense, but now it had completely recovered. It must be said that Li Xuandao's peerless immortal physique was truly incomparably powerful. It was comparable to the indestructible physique cultivated by supreme warriors. Its self-healing ability was very shocking. Boom! A stone fist surrounded by divine light and faintly discernible godly immortal runes slammed into the black-haired demonic man's body, directly blasting the incomparably powerful black-haired demonic man away. A stone golem that was hundreds of meters tall, holding an iron chain in its hand, chased after the black-haired demonic man with eyes as sharp as divine weapons. Whoosh! One of the stone golems drew a supreme blade light into his hand before slashing it out at the black-haired young man who was sent flying. The blade light tore through the void, seeming as if it was going to cleave the entire world into 2. Roar! The black-haired demonic man roared again and again as if he had gone mad. In the midst of his roar, a demonic diagram appeared in front of him. A demonic mountain rushed out from the diagram, directly shattering the peerless blade light that was chasing after him. Then the mountain pressed down on the stone golem 8 steps away. Rumble, as if the 100,000 demonic mountains were sinking. The entire world was shaking. The ancient divine and Buddhist formations below were also shaking violently as demonic chi enveloped the world. Roar! The stone golem roared and directly punched upwards. On the surface of the stone fist, a dazzling divine light burst out, with countless godly immortal runes circling around it. Boom! The stone golem's fist directly smashed into the demonic mountains, shattering the endless mountain range. It directly rushed over like a supreme being towards the black-haired demonic man. It was too powerful, directly shattering the demonic mountains with its strength and attacking the black-haired demonic man. It reached out with its huge hand and directly grabbed at the black-haired demonic man. Preposterous! The black-haired demonic man roared at the sky, his black hair fluttering wildly. A terrifying demonic power surged out from his body like a mountain torrent. A ball of blood-colored demonic light appeared between his eyebrows. Within the demonic light, there were 9 droplets of demonic blood floating. Each droplet of blood contained boundless power. They were like 9 blood-colored worlds that were fixed between the black-haired demon's eyebrows. Swish! A drop of blood rushed out from the blood-colored demonic light, directly piercing through the giant hand of the stone golem. Then, without losing momentum, it pierced through the body of the stone golem. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene with his immortal Tao divine eye. That drop of blood actually had such power. Could it be the true demon's blood? The true demon's blood contained a vast amount of demonic energy. 1 drop was enough to turn a piece of land into a sea of blood. The demonic nature was so strong that it could simply demonize everything that came into contact with the demonic blood. Gu Fei discovered that the stone golem that was pierced by the demonic blood began to crumble. The stone body was rapidly corroded by the demonic blood and disappeared in the void. The stone golem was roaring and roaring as if it really had a life of its own. Rays of immortal Tao divine light condensed from the stone body, and countless immortal Tao divine runes appeared on the stone body. The immortal Tao divine charm circulated. The stone golem that was pierced by the demonic blood wanted to draw the immortal Tao force to resist the corrosion of the true demon's blood. However, even the immortal Tao force could not stop the corrosion of the true demon's blood. The true demon's blood could demonize everything. It contained the purest demonic power between heaven and earth and was difficult to expel. However, although the immortal Tao force could not stop the corrosion of the true demon's blood, the speed of the corrosion was obviously reduced. In just an instant, the palm of the stone golem was almost completely corroded. On the chest of the stone golem, there was a large hole with a diameter of several feet. Moreover, the large hole was gradually expanding, and the stone body at the edge of the large hole was constantly dissipating. Roar! The stone golem rushed forward crazily, and a monstrous energy fluctuation was emitted from the stone body. There was endless divine light blooming. He wanted to give the black-haired demon a fatal blow before he was completely corroded by the true demon's blood. At this time, the other 8 stone golems also rushed towards the black-haired demon from all directions. Apart from holding an iron chain in each of the stone golem's hands, there was also a dazzling saber light flickering. The monstrous, murderous aura was surging, and the domineering aura was vast and mighty. The stone golems that rushed towards the black-haired demon were like 8 supreme experts holding supreme divine weapons. The powerful power that they emitted caused the void to collapse. The 8 stone golems were walking in the collapsed void. Humph! The black-haired demon was besieged by the 8 stone golems, but he did not seem to be nervous at all. Instead, he let out a sneer. Then, like a blood-colored sun, the blood-colored light fixed on the black-haired demon's glabella, and 8 blood pearls that emitted endless blood-colored light rushed out. Each drop of blood blossomed with endless blood-colored light, illuminating the entire heaven and earth in a blood-red color. It was as if 8 blood-colored worlds had appeared between the heaven and earth. A terrifying demonic force spread out, causing the hearts of those who sensed it to tremble violently, their faces contorted in agony. The endless blood-colored light emitted a demonic power that was unprecedentedly powerful. Even Gu Fei and the old turtle felt their hearts palpitating. They felt a burst of annoyance as if they wanted to go on a killing spree. The true demon's blood can demonize all things, yet it can even make my mind waver. This is truly terrifying. The old turtle has been awakened by this demonic power. I don't dare to comprehend the grand Tao's Tao and have no choice but to restrain my mind. Gu Fei was fine. His martial spirit and supreme immortal physique had fused together. When his martial spirit was attacked by the demonic power, his supreme immortal physique automatically reacted and instinctively resisted the invasion of the demonic power. He Tian, on the other hand, was in a much more difficult situation. He directly sat cross-legged on top of the mountain and river cauldron and channeled the supreme mysterious technique of the Undying Skeleton Clan to resist the demonic power with all his might. The soul flame in his skull was fiercely beating. Chapter 609. The 8 drops of demonic blood pierced through the void and shattered heaven and earth. In an instant, they shot at the other 8 terrifying stone men that were approaching from all directions. Without any suspense, even if the 9 stone men had a trace of the power of the great path left by an extreme powerhouse, they could not resist the blood of the true demon. The other 8 stone men were pierced. Wherever the blood of the true demon passed, everything was destroyed. Some stone men had their heads blown up, some had half of their bodies obliterated, and some had their chests pierced, almost broken in half. All the stone golems were severely injured in an instant. The entire ancient God and Buddha formation shook as if it could collapse at any time. However, the 9 stone men did not retreat because of this. Instead, they completely stimulated the power of the great path contained in their stone bodies and rushed towards the black-haired demon. The 9 broken stone men emitted endless divine light, and the Tao patterns of the immortal path and Buddha Tao were faintly discernible on their stone bodies. The 9 stone men completely stimulated the power of the great path in their bodies. These 9 stone men drew all the power of the divine Buddha ancient formation. The stone men emitted an unprecedentedly powerful energy wave. The great formation was collapsing. When the power of the great formation was completely absorbed into the 9 stone men, the entire great formation dissipated, and countless Tao patterns of the immortal path and Buddha disappeared in the void. It was as if there were 9 supreme gods whose bodies were burning with divine flames. They shattered the void and wanted to give the black-haired devil a final, fatal blow. Rumble, the 9 stone men did not hesitate to destroy themselves to destroy the black-haired demon and the thing that was trapped in the ancient formation. The earth was collapsing, and the entire world of death was shaking violently. The whole world seemed to be collapsing at any time. The 9 stone men attacked with all their strength and actually shook the entire hell path. The terrifying pressure was like the arrival of an extreme powerhouse. The 9 stone men actually displayed the extreme divine power that could collapse heaven and earth. Oh no! Seeing this, Gu Fei hurriedly retracted his immortal path divine eyes. Then he stepped on the mountain and river cauldron and quickly flew into the distance. The mighty energy wave in front of him was too powerful. Even from 100 miles away, with the protection of the mountain river cauldron's primordial chaos energy, Gu Fei had no choice but to retreat. The power that erupted from the 9 stone golems was enough to destroy everything. Even an extreme path sacred weapon would not be able to withstand such power. Roar! A muffled roar came from beneath the ground. The entire earth trembled and the ground undulated violently like water. A vast demonic energy came from beneath the earth. It was as if there really was a peerless demon sealed under the ground. Let's fight! The black-haired devil cultivator roared crazily, and 2 sharp demonic lights shot out from his eyes like peerless demonic weapons. Half of the demonic diagram rushed out from his body, blocking outside his body. Endless, blood-colored, demonic patterns lingered around his body. Among the demonic patterns, there were 3 drops of blood that emitted endless, blood-colored light. Those were the other 4 drops of true demon blood that were condensed after the blood-colored demonic array collapsed. This peerless demon used his own 4 drops of true demon blood to set up a demonic array, attracting the power of demonic path to resist the divine and Buddha ancient arrays. When the divine and Buddha ancient arrays collapsed, the demonic array also collapsed. Endless power of demonic path was also gathered by the black-haired devil cultivator. The power of true demon blood was hard to erase. Even if the demonic array collapsed, it would not disappear. The 4 drops of true demon blood once again gathered around the black-haired devil cultivator. That day, when the black-haired devil cultivator refined the entire netherworld blood sea, he only condensed 13 drops of true demon blood. At this time, the power of the 13 drops of true demon blood had been completely guided out. The 9 drops of true demon blood that hit the 9 stone men were like maggots in tarsal bones. At the same time, the 9 drops of true demon blood were attached to the 9 stone men, constantly corroding the stone men. The 9 stone men were emitting divine light. The great power of the burning stone men sealed the entire heaven and earth. The black-haired devil cultivator could not escape at all. The 9 stone men were like 9 almighty experts. In an instant, they collided with the black-haired devil cultivator. Boom! It was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had cracked. Dazzling light shone on the heaven and earth. Rays of divine rainbows pierced through the void and shot out. The terrifying power shattered and destroyed everything. The whole heaven and earth collapsed. The void was like ice under the scorching sun. It collapsed silently. Everything, whether tangible or intangible, turned into nothingness. From the heavens to the earth, a huge hole had been punched through it. This earth-shattering noise spread throughout the Naraka realm. The area within a radius of thousands of miles seemed to have turned into chaos. The mighty power of destruction could destroy everything. Even the little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk, who were watching quietly from afar, could not maintain their composure. They set up the Buddha's light and dodged into the distance. The power of destruction raged between heaven and earth, ignoring everything. Like a destructive storm, it swept out in all directions. Wherever it passed, whether it was a mountain or a valley, everything was directly wiped out and turned into dust. In the dust that covered the sky and earth, a bright saber light flew out. Like a fierce dragon, it flashed in the sky and emitted a domineering and unparalleled saber chi. It's the peerless murderous saber. Gu Fei had already retreated far away with the mountain and river cauldron. However, when he saw the saber light, he immediately stopped. "We can't let others take it," the old tortoise said loudly. The reason why they attacked the 9 mountains was for this half of the peerless murderous saber. Swoosh! Gu Fei directly flew into the sky. The old tortoise and Hei Tian also jumped down from the mountain and river cauldron. Then the mountain and river cauldron rapidly shrank and was grabbed by Gu Fei. The supreme treasures could change their size. When they were big, they could be as big as a mountain. When they were small, they could be so small that it was hard to see with the naked eye. The mountain and river cauldron turned into the size of a fist and was held by Gu Fei. In Gu Fei's hand, there was primordial chaos chi flowing, as if he was holding a chaotic world. At this time, Gu Fei could not care so much. He directly used the 8 desolation steps and rushed toward the saber light formed by the peerless murderous saber. This kind of supreme treasures that had been sealed for countless years and still possessed a weapon soul would definitely fly away once it was free. If no one stopped it, no one knew where it would fly to. Sure enough, the saber light that rushed out from the rolling dust made a turn in the void and directly turned into a ray of light that flew toward the east. A fierce, murderous energy filled the world. The half of the peerless murderous saber was like the birth of a god of death. The extremely sharp saber light directly cut through the void and tore apart the heaven and earth. Everywhere it passed, the void turned into nothingness. Humph! Trying to escape? Gu Fei sneered. His soul fused with Li Xuandao's supreme immortal physique and seized Li Xuandao's Dao fruit. Using the supreme immortal physique to use the 8 desolation steps, the speed was even faster than teleportation. Swoosh! Swoosh! With a few steps, Gu Fei had crossed 200 to 300 miles and was about to catch up to the peerless saber light that was flying toward the east. However, it seemed that someone was also eyeing the half of the peerless murderous saber. Boom! The void in front of the peerless murderous saber suddenly collapsed. A giant golden hand reached out from the collapsed space, wanting to grab the half of the murderous saber. Little monk Fan Xiao. Gu Fei angrily roared as his eyes emitted 2 extremely sharp rays of light. He took another step forward and directly appeared in the sky above the half of the murderous saber. Auspicious Buddhist energy surged. In the middle of the giant golden hand, a swastika emerged and created a suction force that could devour the heaven and earth. It sucked in the peerless murderous saber. Buzz! The murderous saber violently vibrated. Countless saber lights bloomed and pierced through the void. It directly broke free from the suction force and rushed out. 8 steps, 8 kills! Gu Fei shouted and directly stomped down on the giant golden hand below. Terrifying immortal path, divine power, surged under his feet. Rays of purple divine lightning interweaved an endless thunder, and lightning emerged, tearing the void and rushing downwards. The giant golden hand could not catch the murderous saber. It turned over and directly met Gu Fei's foot. Boom! The golden and purple brilliance illuminated the entire heaven and earth. Two terrifying forces collided. The giant golden hand collapsed, and the first strike of Gu Fei's 8 steps 8 kills was also blocked by the giant golden hand. After a head-on collision, Gu Fei and the little monk Fan Xiu seemed to be equally matched. Neither gained any advantage. Little bald ass, you want to take advantage of me? Have you asked for my permission? At this time, the old tortoise also rushed up and directly attacked the little monk Fan Xiu. The soaring demonic aura stirred up the heaven and earth. The old tortoise was like a peerless demon. He held the stone tortoise shell and directly smashed it at the little monk Fan Xiu's shiny bald head. The little monk Fan Xiu and the nameless old monk had been watching from the sidelines. However, when the great formation was broken and the murderous saber was freed, they only jumped out. They wanted to take away half of the murderous saber without exerting any strength. The wishful thinking of these two Buddhist almighties was really great. Get lost! The little monk Fan Xiu was expressionless. He directly waved his sleeve and directly sent the old tortoise flying. Too strong! The old tortoise turned pale with fright. He felt as if he had been hit by an ancient divine mountain. The impact almost shattered all the bones in his body. The old tortoise barely stabilized himself after flying for thousands of feet. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He looked in disbelief at the little monk in front of him who was holding the purple gold alms bowl. How could his cultivation have improved to this level? The old tortoise was shocked. The other party only waved his sleeve and sent him, who had the strength of a quasi-almighty, flying. What did this mean? Chapter 610. Little monk Fan Xiu easily brushed away the old turtle, almost scaring the old turtle to death. Little monk Fan Xiu's strength had reached a level where he could easily kill the old turtle. Buddha, he is definitely a Buddha. Otherwise, how could he have such power? The old tortoise wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself. His expression was a little lonely. Not so long ago, the other party was only at the same level as him, but now the other party was at least a level higher than him. The old turtle didn't dare to move forward anymore because he really didn't want to die. This little bald donkey was ruthless. If he were to be provoked, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this time, Gu Fei stepped into the void and took a second step towards little monk Fan Xiu. The 8 desolation step was not an immortal divine technique, nor was it a supreme technique. It was a martial technique, the 8 steps 8 murders. With each step, its power would instantly increase by several times. Boom! The entire heaven and earth violently trembled along with Gu Fei's stomp. The void couldn't withstand this power and directly collapsed. The collapse of the void turned into a terrifying destructive force that enveloped little monk Fan Xiu below. Everything under Gu Fei's feet turned into nothingness in the blink of an eye. The power of the 8 steps 8 murders with a supreme immortal physique had reached an unimaginable level. Even Gu Fei himself was surprised by such a powerful force. An ancient battle technique was enough to shatter the void and was unstoppable. Its power was definitely not inferior to any immortal divine technique or supreme technique. In fact, it might even surpass them. It was no wonder that, in the ancient times, grand completion supreme cultivators were able to compete against the immortal path's supreme existences and the Buddhist path's Buddhas. They were known to be invincible within the same level. Supreme cultivators in the ancient times were the most powerful and the most difficult to deal with existences in this world. The indestructible martial physique was unparalleled. Their physical strength alone was enough to cause headaches for all opponents. Facing this terrifying attack, little monk Fan Xiu still had a peaceful expression. Waves of Buddhist light flowed around his body, and a golden halo appeared behind his head. This was definitely a phenomenon that only a Buddha could have. He gently raised the purple gold alms bowl. Return! With a light shout, the mouth of the purple gold alms bowl immediately bloomed with Buddha light, as if a golden Buddha world appeared in the alms bowl. The purple gold alms bowl released a heaven-devouring power, wanting to suck Gu Fei into the auspicious Buddhist kingdom in the alms bowl. The entire void shook a few times. The destructive energy descending from the sky was actually guided and blocked by the purple gold alms bowl, and all of it was devoured by the purple gold alms bowl. Preposterous! Gu Fei cursed in his heart, but he did not withdraw his killing move. Instead, he took a second step towards little monk Fan Xiu. The power of destruction was surging under his feet. The purple gold alms bowl in the little monk Fan Xiu's hand kept vibrating, as if there was a Sanskrit sound that could cleanse one's soul. Even though the purple gold alms bowl displayed the power to devour heaven and earth, it was still unable to completely dissolve the power of Gu Fei's second step. The second step of the 8 steps, 8 kills was simply too powerful. It was difficult to completely block, guide, and devour it. Boom! Gu Fei's foot stomped on the purple gold alms bowl fiercely. The powerful force directly caused the purple gold alms bowl that little monk Fan Xiu was holding to flicker and sink. Little monk Fan Xiu only felt a strong force coming from the purple gold alms bowl. The arm that was holding the purple gold alms bowl was immediately shaken to the point of numbness. Just as Gu Fei and little monk Fan Xiu exchanged blows, the sharp saber radiance that was formed by the half of the peerless, ominous saber flew towards the south again. Swoosh! The Buddha light flickered, and the nameless old monk suddenly appeared in front of the peerless, ominous saber. Then he directly reached out to grab the peerless, ominous saber. The Buddha light burst out, and a huge golden hand appeared in front of the nameless old monk. 5 fingers were like divine pillars cast in gold, sealing the peerless, ominous saber from all directions. Wherever the 5 fingers passed, the void also collapsed. A vast amount of Buddhist energy surged out from the golden hand. The great power sealed the entire void and intercepted the half of the peerless, ominous saber. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. After stomping on little monk Fan Xiu, he immediately took a 3rd step. This 3rd step was not aimed at little monk Fan Xiu, but at the nameless old monk. Bam! The nameless old monk was immediately trampled down from the sky by Gu Fei, and the huge golden hand dissipated immediately. Boom! The nameless old monk was simply no match for Gu Fei. Buzz! At this time, the peerless, ominous saber also felt the danger, and its murderous aura soared to the sky. It shook continuously, and the half of the saber released a dazzling saber radiance, cutting the void, and soared into the sky, trying to escape. The ominous saber had a spirit, and it would definitely not be subdued obediently. Gu Fei hurriedly took a step forward, and with the speed of 8 steps, he chased after it in an instant. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the other half of the ominous saber. His right hand emitted the power of the 5 elements, and there were 5 kinds of divine lights flickering. He was using the 5 elements catching technique and wanted to subdue the other half of the ominous saber. The power of the 5 elements catching technique sealed the void, and the other half of the ominous saber was completely enveloped by Gu Fei's power. It could be said that it was easy to subdue it. However, at this time, an auspicious Sanskrit sound was heard, as if thousands of Buddhas were chanting. This auspicious Sanskrit sound entered Gu Fei's ears, and it was more terrifying than any sound attack. Gu Fei only felt that his divine soul was shaken, and his Niwen palace was trembling. The divine soul in his Niwen palace was actually showing signs of being pulled out of his body. Although the Sanskrit sound was incomparably auspicious, it directly shook Gu Fei's divine soul. His outstretched hand froze in the void. The 5 elements catching technique actually collapsed on its own, and the power of the 5 elements condensed into a finger dissipated in the void. The Sanskrit sound lingered, causing Gu Fei to feel drowsy. His divine soul was about to fall into endless darkness, and his rainbow-like battle intent actually turned peaceful. The legendary Buddhist chant of Devanaga. Gu Fei suddenly woke up, and then he raised his head to the sky and let out a long roar. The rumbling sound waves spread out, and the might of this roar even scattered the clouds in the sky. The Sanskrit sound that lingered in the air was immediately dispersed. Damn it! Gu Fei roared and directly struck out the mountain and river cauldron, suppressing the little monk Fan Xiu. Primordial chaos chi descended from the mountain and river cauldron, and like a chaotic divine mountain, it descended towards the little monk Fan Xiu. He no longer held back. This little monk was really despicable. He had teamed up with the demon to break through the 9 mountains. But this guy suddenly jumped out at this time, wanting to take advantage of the situation. How could there be such a thing in the world? Seeing Gu Fei strike out with the mountain and river cauldron, even the little monk Fan Xiu was immediately moved. If the mountain and river cauldron displayed its extreme power, even a real Buddha would have a headache. At the same time, swoosh! A purple divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's dantian and slashed towards the nameless old monk who was collecting the half of the peerless saber. A shocking sword aura that made everyone's heart palpitate immediately appeared in the sky, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Chapter 611. Gu Fei finally attacked with all his might. He used the mountain and river cauldron to suppress little monk Fan Xiu and swung the purple-gold divine sword, which turned into a sharp sword light that was like purple lightning. It cut through the void and slashed at the nameless old monk. Under Gu Fei's full power, the Extreme Path treasure faintly displayed a hint of the Extreme Path's power. Rumble! The mountain and river cauldron, which was surrounded by primordial chaos chi, grew to the size of a mountain and covered the entire sky. It was as if hundreds of thousands of ancient divine mountains were descending. The void below the mountain and river cauldron collapsed, and the power of destruction spread across the sky. Even little monk Fan Xiu could not remain calm at this moment. Boom! A brilliant Buddhist light suddenly burst out from little monk Fan Xiu's skinny body. The space where he was standing was immediately shattered by the mighty Buddhist power that came out from his body. The shadow of a Buddha appeared on little monk Fan Xiu's body. He was holding a flower and smiling as he sat cross-legged on the 9-grade lotus platform. The Buddha power shook the heavens and the earth as if a real Buddha had descended. Swoosh! The green jade ring blade rushed out of little monk Fan Xiu's body. On the blade there was an aquamarine saber chi that was like water ripples. It was extremely sharp, but also had a hint of peace. It was clearly a weapon for killing, but it had a hint of peace. This green jade ring blade that was refined by the ancient Buddha was really a strange Buddhist sacred weapon. After the green jade ring blade rushed out of little monk Fan Xiu's body, he grabbed it in his hand. Then, without hesitation, he slashed the blade upwards. The aquamarine saber light shot up into the sky and turned into an aquamarine divine rainbow. It broke through the sky and slashed towards the mountain and river cauldron that was pressing down. The dazzling saber radiance illuminated the entire world in emerald green. The boundless Buddhist energy turned into a shocking saber radiance. Around the saber radiance, one could vaguely see the Buddhist Tao patterns faintly appearing. On the other side, the nameless old monk did not dare to take the purple-gold divine sword head-on. He hurriedly broke the void and dodged. At this moment, a jade hand that seemed to be carved out of divine jade suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the half of the peerless blade that was about to fly away. When Gu Fei saw the peerless, ominous saber being taken away, his eyes turned red. He had spent so much effort just to obtain this peerless, ominous saber from the 9 mountains. With a thought, he directly drove the purple-gold divine sword, which had missed its target, towards the jade-like hand that was holding onto the peerless, murderous saber. He wanted to take back the peerless murderous saber. The unparalleled sword Qi tore the void apart and destroyed everything. Under the sword light, everything that was tangible and intangible was destroyed. It was simply endless. This was the power of an extreme path sacred weapon. Even if it didn't unleash its full power, it could still slash through the void and kill supreme experts. Boom! Just as Gu Fei drove the purple gold divine sword towards the jade-like hand, there was a loud bang. The mountain and river cauldron and the green jade ring blade collided violently. The primordial chaos chi that was released from the mountain and river cauldron was the most primordial origin chi in the world. It was as heavy as 100,000 divine mountains. The green jade ring blade's saber light shattered and turned into specks of aquamarine starlight that dissipated into the void. Little monk Fan Xiao was sent flying. A trace of golden blood seeped out of his hands that were holding the blade. The violent power of the mountain and river cauldron had not only shattered the saber light, it had also ruptured the webbing between his thumb and index finger. Mountain and river cauldron. Little monk Fan Xiao was sent flying thousands of feet away before he stopped. He stood with his blade in hand and looked at the mountain and river cauldron in front of him, which seemed to be shrouded by a chaotic void. He said in a low voice. The webbing between his thumb and index finger was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden blood that flowed out also retreated and disappeared under his skin. Little monk Fan Xiao's body was also extremely strong. Rumble, the mountain and river cauldron, which was as large as a mountain, flew up nearly 100 feet. The primordial chaos chi was vast and mighty, and the power that the mountain and river cauldron emitted froze the entire void. Under the suppression of the cauldron of mountain and river, the nameless old monk fell out of the void. The void was frozen by the power of the cauldron of mountain and river. The nameless old monk could no longer shatter the void and use his teleportation technique. The nameless old monk was in a sorry state. He felt that the void around him was about to solidify into divine metal. Although he was not really frozen in the void, the movement of his body was affected. The jade-like hand that had grabbed the peerless murderous blade also stopped for a moment under the power of the mountain and river cauldron. At this moment, the sword light formed by the purple gold divine sword had already arrived. The jade-like hand could not avoid the strangulation of the purple gold divine sword. However, it directly waved the peerless murderous blade in its hand and slashed at the purple gold divine sword. Swoosh! A dazzling saber light shot out from the peerless murderous blade that the jade-like hand was holding. It cut through the void and met the purple gold divine sword. A domineering and extremely tragic aura immediately filled the air. When the peerless murderous blade appeared, its murderous aura soared into the sky, and the blade dominated the world. This shocking blade will make one's heart palpitate. Those with a lower level of cultivation would probably not be able to withstand this aura without even exchanging blows. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded through the 9 heavens and reverberated between heaven and earth. After the peerless murderous blade and the purple gold divine sword collided, an endless amount of sword chi and saber chi exploded like a flash flood. Like thousands of sabers and swords, the extremely sharp sword chi and the extremely fierce saber chi shot out in all directions. They were like peerless weapons, piercing through the void and destroying the world. Wherever the sword light and saber light passed, they left behind a pitch-black spatial crack. Therefore, countless spatial cracks appeared between heaven and earth. Boom! The owner of the jade-like hand appeared in the void. Her body trembled, and the void trembled violently. The countless sword light and saber chi that pierced towards her were all shattered. They could not even get close to that person. However, Gu Fei did not have the ability to directly shatter the sword light and saber light emitted by the peerless treasures like the person who had suddenly appeared. When the purple gold divine sword and the peerless murderous blade collided, He had already retreated and arrived below the mountain and river cauldron. When the endless sword light and saber chi exploded, the mountain and river cauldron shook continuously and released wisps of chaotic primordial chi that sealed the void and protected Gu Fei inside. Although the sword light and saber light that broke through the void had great power that could even destroy the void, they were all blocked outside of Gu Fei's body. It took no effort at all, haha. The person held the half of the peerless murderous blade and did not care about the sharpness of the peerless murderous blade. He laughed loudly and his voice shook the sky. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that in the Hell Realm, besides Li Shu and Dao of the Shin clan, the unlucky guy whose fruit of way had been taken by Gu Fei, the black-haired demon, and the little monk Fan Xiao, there was a fourth person with heaven-defying cultivation. Moreover, this person had actually been hiding at the side and only suddenly made a move at this time, successfully taking away the half of the peerless murderous blade. Gu Fei and the black-haired demon had expended a lot of effort to break through the 9 mountains. The black-haired demon had even risked being obliterated by the ancient God and Buddha formations and did not hesitate to use the blood of the true demon to break through the formations. However, all the efforts of Gu Fei and the black-haired demon had been in vain after the person took away the peerless murderous blade. In the end, they had actually benefited others. Swoosh! The purple sword light flashed, and the purple gold divine sword flew back into Gu Fei's hand. The divine sword vibrated gently, and Gu Fei could feel a strong battle intent coming from the purple gold divine sword soul. The peerless murderous blade had stimulated the sword soul's battle intent. Roar! Gu Fei roared into the sky, his long hair dancing wildly. He was furious, and his eyes had turned red. He stood under the mountain and river cauldron and pointed at the mysterious person holding the peerless, murderous blade. He shouted angrily, "Who are you?" His battle intent was like a rainbow. He would never let the mysterious person take away the half of the peerless, murderous blade so easily. At this time, the terrifying power that erupted from the 9 stone men's self-destruction was still wreaking havoc between heaven and earth, but it was gradually weakening. The sky and the earth that had been pierced through were gradually repairing themselves. As long as the realm pearl, the source of this dead world, was not destroyed, the world would not truly collapse. The power of heaven and earth would automatically repair the collapsed void. "Jade, bone demon!" Before the mysterious man could reply, a voice that seemed to come from a faraway void rang out. Although this voice wasn't very loud, it reached the ears of everyone present, including the divine race members who had already retreated thousands of miles away. "Hee hee, you old antique, you actually didn't die even after that. You're really lucky." The layer of light that enveloped the mysterious person gradually dissipated. When everyone present saw the mysterious person's true appearance, they couldn't help but be shocked. This mysterious person was very strange. Although he had the appearance of a human, at a glance they could tell that this mysterious person was definitely not human. The mysterious person's skin was actually the same as the jade hand that grabbed the peerless murderous blade. It was also crystal clear and flickered with a little brilliance. His skin and flesh were like divine jade. Furthermore, his skin and flesh were actually transparent. One could see the bones beneath his skin and flesh. The bones under the skin were also crystal clear, like divine jade. This mysterious person looked like a jade man that was carved out of a peerless piece of divine jade. "You're not dead yet. How can I die so easily?" The ethereal voice in the void rang out once again. At this time, Gu Fei, Fan Xiao, the little monk, and the others had already sensed the source of the voice. The voice had actually come from the ground that had been pierced by the 9 stone men's self-destruction. That demon is not dead? Chapter 612. It was unbelievable that the self-destruction of the 9 stone golems had failed to destroy the demon's soul. Could it be that not even the power of the great Tao could kill a connate divine demon? Rumble, The ground that had been pierced through was shaking, and a demonic aura that made everyone's heart palpitate emanated from the pitch-black, bottomless abyss. The 5-elemental devil originates from the 5 elements and is one of the 5 evils of the world. Earth demon, others might not know your background, but I do. Stop trying to be mysterious and come out. Jade Bone Demon, whose body was glowing, stared at the pitch-black hole below and said gravely, "Damn, the origin of that ferocious devil." In the distant sky, the old tortoise couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the Jade Bone Devil's words. Others might not know what the 5 evils of the world were, but he did. At the beginning of the world, righteous and evil mutually countered each other. The power of the 5 elements gave birth to the 5-elemental divine being, but at the same time, it also gave birth to the 5-elemental primordial demon. The 5-elemental primordial demon was born from the power of the 5 evils of the world. The demon trapped in the hell realm is the primitive earth demon. The divine monarchs of the celestial race were also stunned by the Jade Bone Devil's words. They were the disciples and grand disciples of the Supreme Tao Ancestor, so they naturally knew some secrets of the world that outsiders didn't. They knew the origin of the 5-elemental primordial demon. Jade Bone Devil, you better behave yourself in front of me. A sinister voice came from the bottomless abyss formed by the collapse of the ground. Those words seemed to contain some sort of strange power. When they entered one's ears, it caused one to feel an indescribable sense of irritation. One would want to shout loudly and vent one's anger. The words of the primitive earth demon were filled with a demonic nature that could affect the mental state of everyone present. Although it wasn't enough to trigger the inner demons hidden in the depths of their hearts, it was enough to make it difficult for them to maintain their fighting mentality. Brat, we're in big trouble now. The primitive earth demon is not to be trifled with. The old turtle told Gu Fei telepathically about the black-haired demon's origins. Preposterous, a fiend god born from heaven and earth, this. After learning of the black-haired devil's origins, Gu Fei couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The background of the other party was simply too great. This was definitely the most ancient demon in the world, a terrifying existence on the same level as the legendary innate gods. The era that the primordial earth demon lived in was much older than the ancient era that the Buddhist masters, the supreme Tao ancestors, the supreme martial progenitors, and the other extreme martial progenitors lived in. It was hard to imagine how the Buddhist Lord and the Supreme Tao ancestor managed to seal the primordial great demon in the hell realm. An extreme expert was actually as strong as an innate divine demon. This was also one of the reasons why Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. This also meant that the acquired cultivation was limitless, as long as one was able to comprehend the Tao and draw upon the energy of the grand Tao to augment oneself. One would be able to become the strongest existence in the world. Humph! You've been sealed by the Buddhist Lord and the Supreme Tao Ancestor for countless years. The force of the heavens and earth in this world is constantly depleting your strength. You're extremely weak. Now, what's the point? The Jade Bone Demon said in a deep voice. A strange, crystal-clear force flowed on its skin. The Jade Bone Demon's body was too strange, as if it was carved out of peerless godly jade. Its body possessed a terrifying demonic energy. Ha! Amid the laughter, a figure emerged from the bottomless hole under the ground. Even so, it's more than enough to kill you. It was a young man with black hair and a pale face. His long hair drifted wildly in the wind as he attacked the Jade Bone Demon in the sky. A pitch-black, demonic hand sprang forward and expanded to the size of a mountain. It emitted a formidable demonic force and grabbed at the Jade Bone Demon. Enveloped by the demon hand, a part of the void was directly shattered by the demon hand's demonic power. Not only did the demon hand not die, but it also became even more powerful. The destructive force from the self-destruction of the 9 stone golems pierced through the sky and earth. At this moment, The shattered sky and earth had yet to recover. Everyone stayed far away from the void zone that had turned into primal chaos and nothingness. The Jade Bone Demon was hundreds of miles away from the shattered earth. However, the primordial earth demon arrived as soon as he said he would. The true demon hand shattered the void and reached the Jade Bone Demon in an instant. The hand blocked the sky and emitted a vast demonic force that sealed the entire void. It slammed down on the Jade Bone Demon like it was swatting a fly. Do you still think that you're the primordial earth demon who fought everywhere in the world? The Jade Bone Demon sneered. He was not nervous at all in the face of the demonic hand. As he spoke, he waved the broken half of the peerless saber in his hand and slashed at the true demon hand. Whoosh! The brutal and domineering saber aura surged and split the sky and earth, splitting the true demon hand in half. Then the Jade Bone Demon rushed through the broken hand and charged at the primordial earth demon. The peerless saber emitted a domineering and brutal killing intent. The entire world shook violently under the impact of the saber aura. The two demons did not seem to be on the same side. They actually started fighting. The little monk Fan Xiao did not make a move. The little monk was very shrewd. He looked at the demon fighting in the sky, quietly. No one knew what he was thinking. As for Gu Fei, with the mountain and river cauldron above his head and the purple gold divine sword in his hand, he stared coldly at the scene in front of him. Although he was furious, he did not let it get to his head. Since the little monk Fan Xiao did not make a move, he was also watching. He did not want to give the little monk Fan Xiao another chance. As for the old tortoise He Tian and the Protoss, they did not dare to approach. They watched from afar. A battle between mighty beings like this was not something they could interfere with. The old tortoise, the Protoss clan leader Li Jingxie, and the hierarch Li Fan were all super experts. They were only one step away from the realm of mighty beings, but they were still not mighty beings. If they were not mighty beings, they would only die if they went forward. The Jade Bone Demon held the broken half of the peerless saber and fought the primordial earth demon. The saber radiance soared into the sky, and the aura of the peerless saber filled the world. The mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei trembled slightly as it felt the aura of the peerless saber. This supreme treasure was a divine treasure that had already given birth to a cauldron soul. It wanted to soar into the sky and fight against the peerless saber. Gu Fei could feel the raging battle intent from the cauldron soul. However, he could not let the cauldron fly because he did not want to help the primordial earth demon. He knew very well that these guys would eventually become his rivals for the Hell Realm. Gu Fei could not wait for the Jade Bone Demon and the primordial earth demon to fight to the death. Kid, why don't we join forces and kill this Jade Bone Demon first? Suddenly, the primordial earth demon's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. The primordial earth demon still had the time to talk to him in the middle of a battle? This demon... Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. This demon seemed to be at ease. What was going on? The 9 stone golems self-destructed and unleashed a devastating attack. Why was this guy unharmed? Chapter 613. The primordial demon wanted Gu Fei to join hands and destroy the Jade Bone Demon, but Gu Fei would never work for this demon, so he refused. Working together required mutual benefits as the foundation. Gu Fei wouldn't gain anything from dealing with the Jade Bone Devil. It was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Only a fool would do such a thing. The Jade Bone Demon was unstoppable. The half-broken saber in his hand swept in all directions. The domineering saber radiance traveled thousands of feet, splitting the void and splitting the world. Wherever the saber light passed, it was indestructible, leaving behind pitch-black spatial cracks. With the saber in hand, the Jade Bone Demon was like a reincarnated war demon. He broke through several of the primordial demons' terrifying demonic arts and reached the primordial demon. Whoosh! The Jade Bone Demon raised the saber and brought it down on the primordial demon. The dazzling saber radiance lit up the gloomy world. The murderous aura even dispersed the dark clouds in the sky. Even Gu Fei, who was watching from afar, felt a wave of coldness wash over him. The chilling saber radiance spread out, causing the temperature of the world to plummet. This saber. Gu Fei stared at the dazzling saber radiance, his eyes flashing. At this moment, the saber radiance seemed to have become the only thing in the world, exuding a murderous aura that made one's heart palpitate. This was only a half-broken saber, yet it already possessed such terrifying power. It was hard to imagine how powerful this peerless saber would be when it was in perfect condition. Whoosh! To think that the primordial demon's body was sliced into two. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's eyes popped out. No way! But then he realized that something was amiss. The primordial demon would not fall for this easily. The divine eyes of the immortal path emerged from his brow, opened, and scanned forward. It was an afterimage, not the real body of the primordial great demon. The real body of the primordial great demon had already fled into the void. Even with Gu Fei's immortal Tao divine eye, it was almost impossible to capture primordial great demon's figure. With his immortal Tao divine eyes, Gu Fei saw a few extremely faint shadows flashing around the Jade Bone demon, as if a few people were attacking it at the same time. Roar! Jade Bone demon sensed the danger. He roared and swung his saber in all directions. Unparalleled saber chi shot out in all directions, turning the space around him into an ocean of saber chi. Demonic diagram devours heaven and earth. The roar of the primordial demon came from the void. Then a complete demon diagram suddenly rushed out of the void. Not only did it block the peerless blade aura, it also enveloped the demon of Jade Bone. Above the demonic diagram, demonic chi surged. Countless mysterious demonic runes appeared, and Taoist rhymes circulated around it. After that, a world appeared above the diagram, giving birth to a heaven-devouring force that swallowed the Jade Bone demon into the diagram. Demonic energy surged, as if a world was about to burst out of the demon diagram. Within the endless demonic energy, mountains and rivers could be vaguely seen, emitting waves of energy. This was the complete demon diagram, not the half. There was a world within the diagram. Could it be the 9 mountains savage grounds is the other half of the diagram? Gu Fei couldn't help but be astonished. He had once seen this ferocious devil fight against little monk Fan Xiao with only half a diagram. But this time, the diagram was complete. Only little monk Fan Xiao and the nameless old monk's expressions remained unchanged. Their expressions were peaceful, as if they were Buddhas, displaying a merciful aura. It was as if they knew this would happen, seeing the complete demon diagram. They did not move, not even a trace of emotion could be seen on their faces. Gu Fei worked for nothing, but the primordial demon's luck was much better than Gu Fei's. He had clearly gotten what he wanted. The demon diagram swallowed the heaven and earth, displaying its demonic might. Even the void under the demon diagram collapsed and was swallowed into the diagram. The power of the complete demon diagram was unimaginable. This is what you get for underestimating me. The primitive great demon stretched out a hand. The demonic diagram fluttered and immediately flew back to the primitive great demon. Demonic energy surged, and the world that emerged from the diagram gradually disappeared into it. After the demon diagram swallowed the demon of Jade Bone, one could vaguely see a small silhouette dashing left and right, trying to break out of the diagram. The powerful demon of Jade Bone lost just like that? Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked. The demon of Jade Bone had the terrifying strength to challenge the primordial demon. How did he lose so easily? Just a struggle before death. The primordial demon seemed to be very confident in his demon treasure. He waved his hand, and the demon diagram immediately spread out before him. Then the primal demon of primal origin sent out lines of demonic patterns to the demonic diagram before him. The patterns sank into the diagram, and the scenery of the world on the diagram began to gradually turn into paintings imprinted on the diagram. The world inside the demon diagram was changing, being sealed into a picture. The demon diagram shook and fluttered. The primordial demon wanted to completely destroy the demon of Jade Bone. Roar! You want to stop me? Not unless you recover your invincible cultivation. The Jade Bone demon roared again and again in the demonic diagram. The half of the peerless saber in his hand emitted a tyrannical and horrifying saber chi that slashed in all directions. The mountains in the demonic diagram collapsed under the saber light. The deadly blade aura was vaguely coming out of the demon diagram. The demon diagram seemed to be unable to stop the blade, and of course, could not stop the demon of Jade Bone. How dare you! The primordial demon activated his demonic power. Mysterious demonic marks condensed between his hands and imprinted themselves on the demon diagram before him. However, no matter how he cast demonic secret arts and formed demonic marks, he could not completely destroy the demon of Jade Bone and the blade. This thing of yours is not very powerful. I'm done playing with you. The demon of Jade Bone seemed to be very relaxed in the demon diagram. As he spoke, the blade in the demon of Jade Bone's hand shone with an extremely bright light. The demon diagram could not suppress this brutal blade aura at all. Rumble! The mountains in the demonic diagram continued to crumble as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting apart. The demonic diagram shook violently as demonic chi surged violently. Countless demonic patterns appeared, and each demonic pattern emitted a bright light as the power of the Tao circulated above them. The demon diagram did not collapse, but the world within the demon diagram was nearly destroyed and turned into a chaotic void. Roar! The demon of Jade Bone roared to the sky. He raised the blade with all his might. His jade-like face turned ferocious, and a strange demonic power surged around him. Break! The demon of Jade Bone roared madly. He used all the power in his body and slashed. Chi! Like a fine piece of silk being cut open by a pair of sharp scissors, the blade aura shot out from the blade was tens of thousands of meters long. Wherever the blade aura went, there was nothing it could not destroy. Where the blade aura pointed, even the demon diagram that the primordial demon of Jade Bone had refined for countless years was cut open by the blade aura. The blurry world inside the diagram seemed to be cut in half by the blade aura. The primordial demon was shocked. He was standing right in front of the demon diagram and was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. The extremely terrifying blade aura came out of the demon diagram and slashed towards him. Damn it! The primordial demon of Jade Bone roared. He could no longer care about the demon glyphs and the demon of Jade Bone. He shattered the void and dodged. In the next moment, this tyrannical and extremely powerful saber shot up high into the sky, the incomparably fierce saber chi. Swoosh! It was like a piece of cloth being torn apart, and it sliced open a rift that was over 10 kilometers long in the heavens and the earth in space. In the end, the peerless saber glow slowly withdrew and dimmed, before disappearing into the rift. The demon of Jade Bone broke the demon diagram and rushed out. At this moment, a huge cauldron silently appeared before the demon of Jade Bone and slammed towards him. The huge cauldron came too suddenly. The demon of Jade Bone had forced the primordial demon of Jade Bone back. He did not expect someone to attack him at this time. He had nowhere to run. More accurately, he was the one who rammed into the cauldron. Bang! The huge cauldron made the most intimate contact with the demon of Jade Bone who had just rushed out of the demon diagram. Boom! The huge cauldron shook violently and displayed a trace of extreme power. Chaotic primordial energy exploded, and the demon of Jade Bone flew back screaming. He flew for dozens of li before he stopped. The violent collision even knocked the demon of Jade Bone's blade out of his hand. A large hand reached out from the side and grabbed the peerless, ominous saber that had been sent flying. Ah! Jade Bone demon roared crazily. He had never been so angry before. His eyes, which were as bright as jade, instantly turned red. At this moment, the demon of Jade Bone seemed to have gone mad. His jade-like jade body was filled with cracks. It was like an exquisite jade artifact had exploded. No blood seeped out. Only the white, misty demonic energy seeped out from the cracked skin. It was extremely strange. Die. The Jade Bone demon was enraged. His entire body emitted a dazzling demonic light as he charged towards the person who ambushed him. The person who dared to ambush him. If he didn't tear the person's body into 1,000 pieces, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger.